Chapter 65. Recently, Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Recently, Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Rumors were still flooding Donghai Academy as usual. On this day, a group of people mounted on different creatures stepped into the academy. This caused a large ruckus on campus. The leader of the group was actually a young woman, dressed in a long red dress, the color of fire. She stood on a majestic creature, the same color as her dress. She was a blooming beauty, unparalleled by anybody else. Just standing there, she looked elegant, her eyes bright and piercing. I heard Donghai Academy is the best place for cultivation in all of the East Sea Prefecture. There should be a lot of students here on the same level as me, so I came to check it out, said the young woman. Her tone was menacing as she looked around at the students of Donghai Academy. After that, her group continued to travel deeper into the academy. More and more people gathered and wondered who these people might be. How come the authorities of the academy hadn't come out to stop them? In a flash, the young woman hopped off the creature she was riding on. As she stood in the crowd, she asked in a cold demeanor, "Is there no one at Donghai Academy?" "What level are you at?" asked a student. 5-starred glory plane, replied the young woman. "I'll oblige," said a young man about 17. He looked at the young woman and introduced himself, Li Yan, 5-starred glory plane sorcerer. "Please enlighten me." As he finished speaking, a large force of metal spiritual chi was released. A bright, big, golden bird took shape and came for the girl like a flash of lightning. Around the girl, fire spiritual chi gathered crazily. It also formed a big bird, but this was a mystical phoenix. It carried an outrageous burst of flame, and collided with the big golden bird, causing the golden bird to disappear into the flames. The phoenix did not stop there. The look on Li Yan's face changed as he stepped back. He saw the phoenix head straight for him. He shut his eyes tight, and felt the heat of the flames radiate onto his body. But then, the phoenix stopped. It stood right in front of Li Yan, and the fire spiritual chi which had formed the phoenix disappeared. "Too weak," said the young woman. "Is this what the best of the East Sea Prefecture has got?" The students of Donghai Academy felt humiliated. Another person stepped up, but the results were about the same. One attack from her and her opponent was defeated. Students continued to step forward, but it always ended in the same way. Mu Yunqing, 5-starred glory plane, mandate sorcerer. Mu Yunqing of the School of the Flirting Star stepped out. He released his natal spirit, a golden eagle. He leveled up planes a short while ago and was now more powerful. Observing the young woman's beautiful face and her outstanding gifts, Mu Yunqing could not help but fantasize. The wind enveloped him, and Mu Yunqing turned into a creature. With extreme speed, he charged at the young woman. When his sorcery kicked in, a bright golden light was emitted from his body, and dissolved the wild flames. He chuckled to himself with newfound confidence. However, the young woman moved her body and also became enveloped in a gust of wind. Her movements were elegant, but also extremely fast, faster than Mu Yunqing. In a split second, the distance between the two drew closer. Bystanders could only see a fire-red blur flash by. A loud noise sounded, and Mu Yunqing flew through the air, and landed on the floor. The young woman's feet met the ground once again. The already astounding young woman seemed so carefree. She had a pair of fire-red wings on her back. Even her fists were the color of fire. After touching ground, the tinge of red disappeared. "What a weak mandate sorcerer," said the young woman. Mu Yunqing looked pale as he crawled up off the ground. He realized the young woman did not even bother to spare him a glance. His heart cooled. After Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy, this was already his third consecutive loss. When word spread that there was a battle going on, more and more people arrived to watch. While wondering about her identity, people were also shocked at her power. Students of the 7 schools were also participating in the battle now, but they were all cultivators of the 5-starred glory plane. They did not want to bully the beautiful girl as they were cultivators of higher levels, but slowly they realized that people on the same level as the young woman were all losing. It seemed like no one was able to even bring out her full potential. That was until a very well-known young man from the school of the Ruinous Star made his move. This time, the young woman took it seriously. A shield of flames surrounded her, and a flame phoenix appeared. It was her life spirit. At this moment, the young woman seemed even more impressive. Mandate sorcerer with a flame phoenix spirit. A wind and fire bi-elemental cultivator in both martial arts and sorcery. She's so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but stare in awe. The only girl that would be able to compete with her was Hua Jieyu of the School of the Emperor's Star. Hua Jieyu was also extremely gifted. But she was introverted and kept a low profile. She might not be willing to fight. Plus, there were a lot of rumors revolving around her. She seemed to be in love. The young cultivator of the Ruinous Star School was also defeated. After that, more people took up the young woman's challenge, but none of them were victorious. Regardless of natural talent, sorcery, or battle tactics, she was very strong. A flame phoenix spirit. I wonder who is stronger, the flame phoenix spirit or Yi Futian's rock spirit, someone whispered in the crowd. The phoenix and the rock were both mystical birds. The former was wind and fire bi-elemental, the latter was wing and metal bi-elemental. Something sparked in the young woman's eyes. She found the person whispering in the crowd and asked, "There's someone at Donghai Academy who possesses a rock spirit?" That person was shocked. The young woman's ears were so sharp that she had overheard them whisper. "Yeah, a genius from the school of the finance star, Yi Futian." "How are his abilities?" the young woman continued questioning. "A while ago, he was in the 3-starred glory plane. I don't know about now, but his combat abilities are very strong. He can even defeat a 5-starred glory plane cultivator," the person explained. Since Yi Futian was able to battle with Zhou Mu, he had to be very capable. "He level is too low, but I want to see the rock spirit." "Go get him from the school of the finance star," she ordered her people. The people behind her nodded and immediately set off to do her bidding. This scene surprised a lot of people. She was so bossy and arrogant. She was just going to send her people to the finance star school and grab Yi Futian? What they did not know was that they really managed to find Yi Futian at the school, and what's more, the person who found him was Headmaster Yi Xiang. "Someone wants to challenge me." Yi Futian was in a foul mood to begin with. After a sigh, he said, "Not interested." Yi Xiang glared at him, "Even if you're not interested you must go. Do you really think that I would come to you personally if any ordinary person challenged you?" Yi Futian froze, then asked, "Who challenged me?" "Go see for yourself," said Yi Xiang. With no way out, Yi Futian answered, "Fine." Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Qingxian followed Yi Xiang as he walked to the place where the young woman was waiting. When they arrived, the area was already packed with people. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Qingxian pushed through the crowd and were finally able to see the young woman in red. She was currently fighting someone. The flame phoenix behind her was very eye-catching. Very quickly, she defeated her opponent. Yi Futian. When the people noticed Yi Futian, they began whispering amongst themselves. The young woman turned her attention to him. Your life spirit is a rock? She asked him. Yi Futian looked at her strangely and simply said, a woman. The young woman frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? I don't want to hit a woman, Yi Futian said and turned to leave. What happened last time with the sword-wielding young lady had traumatized him. Hold it, she yelled. Did I say you could leave? Yi Futian stood frozen in place. This young woman seemed very arrogant, and it was Yi Xiang who told him to come. What was this young woman's identity? He turned to speak with her again. Anything is fair game in combat. You have such a pretty face, I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Let's not fight. The crowd was dripping in cold sweat by now. Yi Futian would always be Yi Futian, arrogant. Nonsense. The young woman laughed. Hurt me? Can you even manage? Ah. Yi Futian was speechless. Did all females talk like this? He could not take it anymore. Yu Sheng, shouted Yi Futian. After a short while, he realized that no one was answering to him. When he turned around, he saw Yu Sheng chatting with Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had no words. Best friends, he muttered under his breath. He could only count on himself now. He walked forward and saw the young woman smiling at him in a cold demeanor. Release your life spirit, or else you won't get a chance to later on, she said arrogantly. Yi Futian let out a sigh and released the bright rock spirit. She also released her flame phoenix spirit. The bright light emitted from both of the life spirits was blinding. Would Yi Futian be able to win against this insanely gifted young woman? Boom! A force of fire sorcery gathered and formed a fire phoenix, charging at Yi Futian. A golden light surrounded Yi Futian, an endless amount of metal spiritual qi gathered on his wings. His wings joined together and created a shield in front of Yi Futian's body, allowing the fire phoenix to attack as it pleased. Whoosh! His wings opened abruptly, and the wild flames dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was gone, leaving a flash of lightning behind. The young woman could see a blurred figure rushing towards her. The flame phoenix and the golden rock kept getting closer to one another. Both Yi Futian and the young woman were lifted into the sky and brought closer together. The young woman threw a fiery punch accompanied by what sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Futian also reached out his palm, accompanied by a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the people watched as the two of them battled in the sky. Cries and roars filled the skies, the fire and metal spiritual qi flowed wildly. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded. Then the people saw the young woman fall from the sky and land harshly on the ground. Her guards ran to her side. A lean and handsome middle-aged man also descended from the sky. After this person's appearance, many of the authoritative figures of Donghai Academy stepped forward. Even Yi Xiang was there. All of them bowed to this man. Greetings, Minister Zhua, all of them greeted the man. The students of Donghai Academy looked confused. Minister Zhua. At this moment, the young woman got up from the ground with a hand on her chest. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. All they saw was the young woman looking up at the sky where Yi Futian was floating and screamed, "You shameless jerk!" Yi Futian was completely speechless. How did things turn out like this again? Chapter 66, Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now, he was being a shameless jerk. Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Yi Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now, he was being a shameless jerk. Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Beside Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian thought of what happened last time and snorted. Glancing at where the girl's hand was and then looking at Yi Futian, she said, "You've crossed the line. I said anything is fair in combat and didn't want to fight but you insisted," Yi Futian explained logically. The girl glared at him. Obviously, it was useless to talk about logic with women. Professor, I want him, the girl said to the scholarly middle-aged man. Huh? Yi Futian was confused. He looked at the girl strangely and said, I have a girlfriend. The girl was confused as well. Then understanding what Yi Futian meant, her expression changed drastically. You are so shameless. Minister Zhua, referred to as Professor by the girl, cleared his throat. You used the wrong words. The girl froze. Thinking back to how she said, I want him, she realized it really was easy to misunderstand, but she didn't care. She whined, Professor, you know what I mean. Stubborn. Minister Zhua gave her a look, then turned back to Yi Futian. What's your name? Minister, I am Yi Futian, he bowed and said. Minister, your disciple challenged me. I know. Minister Zhua nodded. Very good, your spells and strength are both extremely strong. You didn't even use battle techniques. She isn't at your level. How can you say that? The girl looked at her professor, wounded. It's the truth, Minister Zhua said. He's in a lower plane than you. Now you know there are many talented people out there. This is just one school in East Sea Prefecture. Don't be so arrogant in the future. At this time, Xia Fan walked out of the crowd to Minister Zhua's side. He looked at Yi Futian coldly and murmured something into the minister's ears. Minister Zhua was taken aback and glanced at Yi Futian in shock. Yi Futian was suspicious. Xia Fan's eyes were cold and he was probably plotting against him. Yi Futian, come here, Minister Zhua said. The boy nodded and walked over. I came this time about Qingzhou City's relics, Minister Zhua said to him. I heard from Xia Fan that someone in Donghai Academy had come out of it alive, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Are you willing to come with me? Don't worry, I will do everything to protect your safety. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It was about Emperor Yi Qing's relics again. Qingzhou City was subordinate to the East Sea Prefecture. Since the appearance of Emperor Yi Qing's relics was such big news, the East Sea Prefecture obviously had to report to the Nanda nation. It was natural for them to send someone over too. However, if Xia Fan did this voluntarily, he probably wanted to kill Yi Futian. After all, he knew what Mount Tianyao had. But Xia Fan's plan would most likely fail. How would the snow ape treat him in Mount Tianyao? Minister, a demon lord protects Emperor Yi Qing's statue on Mount Tianyao. It is really powerful. Even if you are skilled, it would still be dangerous. It's pure luck that I survived, Yi Futian warned. I understand, but the emperor commanded this. I have to go take a look. Minister Zhua nodded. I've already sent someone to scope out the path. When he returns, we will leave. I will have you stay with me. Yi Futian pretended to be uncomfortable. Then he very unwillingly nodded. If there's any danger, please remember to retreat. Don't worry. Minister Zhua patted Yi Futian's shoulder. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to return to Qingzhou City so soon. He could only go ask the snow ape if she would come out or not. What are you talking about? The girl came up and asked. I was convincing him to accept your request. He accepted now, Minister Zhua said. The girl smirked and looked at Yi Futian proudly. Good, you know your place. You're mine now. Yi Futian was upset. Looking at her, he said, you're pretty, but I really do have a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you. Jerk. The girl was pissed. The minister said, okay, princess, we should go. Then he said to the people of Donghai Academy, thank you for your time. You're welcome, minister. Won't you stay a few more days? The big chiefs tried to keep him longer. No, I'm living in the Xia house. Minister Zhua shook his head. He was the minister of Nanda Nation and the East Sea Prefecture was under him. He naturally lived at the Xia house. I will come get you when we leave, he said to Yi Futian. Then he led the people away. While leaving, The girl glared at Yi Futian. The boy shrugged helplessly. Was she trying to scare him? Well, the tides would turn at Mount Tianyao. After Minister Zhuo left, many people of Donghai Academy glanced at Yi Futian. This guy was such a pervert. Multiple disciples had failed against the girl, but he squashed her so quickly and was praised by the minister. The big chiefs stared at Yi Futian deeply. Would he be favored by Minister Zhuo? The crowd scattered gradually. Yi Qingxian walked over and smiled at him. You're doomed. People will remember you now. It's hard to have such good looks, Yi Futian sighed. Qingxian glared at him and said, you clearly hit somewhere you shouldn't have. You crossed the line. It's a battle. How would I know? Yi Futian said innocently. Who knows if you did that on purpose or not, Yi Qingxian teased with a smile. You know too much, Yu Xing said from the side. Yi Futian stared at them and sighed. Yu Xing, you've changed. Learned from you, Yu Xing said. Yi Futian could only heave a sigh. Let's go, Yi Xiang called. Yi Futian ran up and said, Headmaster, I remember you mentioned before that Minister Hua and Minister Zhuo are rivals. Is it this Minister Zhuo? Yes, Yi Xiang nodded. Now you know why I couldn't reject him. Aren't you unethical to sell me out like this? Yi Futian was frustrated. What if something happens to me? You aren't my disciple. You have nothing to do with me. Yi Xiang glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked, speechless. You said that you have a girlfriend. Is it Hua Jieyu? Yi Xiang asked. How did you know? Yi Futian looked at him. Huh, you think you're the only smart one? The school of Emperor Star aren't idiots either. Mu Yunxian and Hua Jieyu's rumors were to test you too. They probably guessed your relationship already, Yi Xiang said. So what? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He had been annoyed these days and he was thinking about when to announce this news. The rumors pissed him off. You seem easy and free. Where do you get the confidence? Yi Xiang asked. I have you, Yi Futian looked up and said. Yi Xiang glanced at him. He could not refute it. Minister Zhuo has power and His Majesty trusts him greatly. If you can become acquainted with him, the Nandu family might consider you. Yi Futian was frustrated. Emperor Yi Qing and his godfather both said that he would become an emperor, but now he needed Nandu to consider him. What a tragedy. I'll take you to the school of the Emperor's Star as compensation, Yi Xiang suddenly said. Yi Futian was shocked. He quickly smiled. You're the best. Get out. Yi Xiang rolled his eyes. I'm taking you to see the senior of the school, your grandmaster, not your girlfriend. I know. Yi Futian's expression was understanding. Yi Xiang did not want to talk to him anymore. The next day, Yi Xiang took Yi Futian to meet a senior of the school of the Emperor's Star. Yi Xiang was the headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. He was equal status to the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, so he could not be stopped. Yi Xiang and Yi Futian entered and walked toward a pavilion. Inside the school, Hua Jieyu heard from Shu Yuyan about what happened yesterday. She looked wronged and said, he really agreed, that jerk. He probably agreed because of Minister Zhuo. He couldn't reject him, Shu Yuyan said softly. Is she pretty? Hua Jieyu asked. Yes. Shu Yuyan nodded. But not as pretty as you. That guy likes pretty girls. He must have done it on purpose. Hearing that the girl was pretty, Hua Jieyu felt even worse. She said quietly, there are so many rumors about me, but I didn't go see him. Did he get angry and fall for someone else? Stop thinking nonsense. Shu Yuyan looked at Hua Jieyu and sighed inwardly. Even goddesses could panic like this. She was in too deep. You don't know him. If he promised to leave with that girl, she definitely likes him. He's so lustful that he won't be able to resist her charms. Hua Jieyu was worried. Is he that charismatic? Shu Yuyan was speechless, but Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Is Elder Qin here? A voice traveled over. Hua Jieyu and Shu Yuyan looked up and saw two figures standing outside the yard. The speaker was Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu's eyes landed on the handsome youth behind Yi Xiang. Her eyes focused there and saw the boy blink at her. Greeting, Headmaster Yi. Grandmaster is here, Hua Jieyu said. Shu Yuyan also bowed. She smiled at Hua Jieyu and left. I am here to see Elder Qin, Yi Xiang said. Hua Jieyu nodded and led the way. Yi Futian followed. Stop pretending. Go say what you want to say and then come find me, Yi Xiang said. He then walked away. Yi Futian looked at his back, realizing the man was pretty loving. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with a smile. He saw that her eyes were slightly red. Jieyu dragged Yi Futian into a room. Closing the door, Hua Jieyu studied him. You went to the Luo Palace? Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Don't believe the rumors. I have nothing to do with Mu Yunxian, Hua Jieyu said, feeling wronged. I know. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Hua Jieyu stepped forward. She extended her slim arms and lightly hugged Yi Futian. She raised her head. Yi Futian looked at the shocking beauty before him. Those eyes were filled with emotions. He could faintly see a teardrop in the glittering eyes. She was so beautiful he lost his breath. Kiss me, a dreamy voice said, almost melting Yi Futian's heart. Chapter 67, Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later, they separated. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Some time later, they separated. Hua Jieyu bit her lip, her crystal-clear eyes were enchanting. I'm yours now, so you have to take responsibility for me, Hua Jieyu said to Yi Futian as she gazed into his eyes. Ah. Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to refuse? She glared at him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat looking at her angry face. He said, since you're mine, then let's have another go at it. After he finished his words, he pulled Hua Jieyu close and they were immersed in each other once again. Hua Jieyu's eyes closed, her face redder than before, but she felt warm in her heart. This time as well, they took a while to separate from each other. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with a bit of resentment. Suddenly, she asked, can you not go? Not go? Yi Futian was confused. That girl from yesterday, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian froze for a moment, then chuckled as he looked at his girlfriend. She was jealous. Minister's was orders. I can't reject, he said. Then you have to promise not to fall for her, even if she tries to seduce you, Hua Jieyu told him. Yi Futian was speechless. He never knew women could be so jealous. But it warmed his heart. She looks nowhere as good as my fox. Why would I fall for her? He asked. Hua Jieyu felt proud, but continued to say, even if she did look better than me you can't fall for her. Alright, I only like you, Yi Futian nodded. Only then did Hua Jieyu let out a satisfied smile. Her smile was so bright and beautiful. Yi Futian fell for her all over again. After being seduced today, he has lost all his willpower against her. I know you're always thinking of father, but can't you save revenge for after you become stronger and more powerful? I don't want to see you in danger, she said. I'm fine now, aren't I? Yi Futian knew she was talking about what happened at the Luo Palace. I think they know about our relationship. Hua Jieyu sounded very down. She was worried that they would try to harm Yi Futian. They were going to find out sooner or later, but how dare they create all those false rumors. I just want to tell the whole world that you're mine, said Yi Futian. Gloater. Hua Jieyu stared charmingly at Yi Futian. Will you marry me in the future? Of course. I already said, you belong to me, answered Yi Futian. Then I'll wait for you. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, promise that you'll never give up no matter how hard it gets. I promise. He nodded. Why don't we do what master and mistress did? Let's jump the gun and do what can't be undone. Hua Jieyu's face paled then reddened. She stared at Yi Futian timidly, and laughed lightly. You wish. With you acting like this, it's hard to resist. Yi Futian sighed. The two of them were still in a tight embrace. Hua Jieyu blinked a couple of times then let go. You got lucky today. Headmaster Yi Xiang is still waiting for you. Let's go meet the Grandmaster. Okay. Yi Futian looked at the captivating young woman in front of his eyes and thought to himself, there's tons of time in the future. The couple stepped out of the room and were walking shoulder to shoulder when Hua Jieyu warned him again. Don't forget, no flirting with other girls. I got it, replied Yi Futian. How worried was she? And also, be careful for your safety. If something happens to you, I'm marrying someone else. You have to think about this carefully, she said. How can you do this to me? Yi Futian was speechless. He never thought she would threaten him like this. Why can't I? Hua Jieyu looked smug. She then said, this way, you'll know to cherish yourself. I got it, I got it. Before we do the deed that can't be undone, I won't let myself die, said Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu reached for his waist and pinched down hard. The two of them reached a courtyard. In the courtyard, Yi Xiang was chatting with an elderly man. The elder had a full head of white hair, which made him look very old, but while he chatted with Yi Xiang, one could tell from his smile and his eyes that he was kind. Yi Futian approached the elder and bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. The elderly man looked up at Yi Futian, and said in a friendly tone, Hua Jieyu has told me about you. Here, come sit. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and sat down next to the elderly man. Hua Jieyu told me that she didn't manage to learn any of her father's guqin skills because they were all passed down to you. Is that true? The elder asked Yi Futian. Yes. Master has taught me many musical spells, said Yi Futian. Come and play a random song for me, said the elder. Next to him was a guqin. Yi Futian walked over to sit down behind the guqin, and the aura around him changed as soon as he laid his fingers on the instrument. The peaceful sounds of the guqin flooded the courtyard. It was quiet and peaceful, seemingly able to calm one's heart. There were no other sounds in the courtyard aside from the guqin. The mood that it set up enabled all worries to be tossed to the back of one's mind. Yi Futian finished the piece and the courtyard remained quiet. The elder gave Yi Futian a smile as he reminisced about the past. The way he looked at Yi Futian was even friendlier than before. Hua Jieyu told me that it hasn't even been a full year since you learned to play the guqin from Hua Fenglu. You are even more gifted than he was. However, Yi Xiang says that your life spirit is a golden rock, but at the Luo Palace you used musical sorcery. Could it be that the spirit element is hidden within this life spirit? Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang and Hua Jieyu. Yi Xiang seemed to understand what Yi Futian's gaze meant, and said, Elder Qin sacrificed a lot for your master in the past. He spent all his time exploring the way of the guqin and is a true master of the guqin. He gave everything he had to teach your master, but in the end. Yi Xiang did not continue but Yi Futian understood. Grandmaster is not like the other people in the school of the Emperor Star, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Looking into the elder's kind eyes, a bright light radiated from Yi Futian's body, and a guqin appeared in the air behind him, then slowly disappeared. Twin spirits, said Yi Xiang. He shuddered. When he heard that Yi Futian had crashed the celebration at the Luo Palace and fought with musical sorcery, he knew immediately that Yi Futian had an extraordinary gift. He seemed to be good at everything, regardless it be spirit elemental or martial arts and sorcery, but seeing the twin spirits, he still could not help but feel shocked. Good, very good. Hua Fenglu picked a good disciple. The elder's voice deepened and he said, I can't believe that at my old age, just before I die, I am able to pass down the torch. Yi Xiang, I would like to keep Yi Futian here with me for a few days. You wouldn't mind, right? Not at all, answered Yi Xiang. He turned to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, I'm afraid if I leave alone, the people of the school of the Emperor's Star will take notice. They're already suspicious of your relationship. This will only strengthen their suspicions. If you guessed it, then they probably have as well. They're not stupid. They even spread false rumors to test us. They're going to find out anyway, so just let it be. Yi Futian looked to Hua Jieyu and told her, one day, I'll make sure all of Donghai Academy knows. If you're willing to take the risk, then I don't have anything to say. Elder Qin, I am just disturbing you guys, said Yi Xiang. Yi Futian watched as he left and said, Headmaster Yi knew that I specialized in musical sorcery and purposely brought me here to you, Grandmaster. Yi Xiang is honest and loyal, unlike the school of the Emperor's Star. They've changed. The elder shook his head and said to Hua Jieyu, Child, go bring me all my music score books. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded and left for a little while. When she returned, she had an armful of score books. Give them all to Yi Futian, so he can familiarize himself with them, said the elder. Hua Jieyu nodded again and handed the books over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked really serious when he took over the books. He knew what this meant. Hua Fengliu's powers had been rid of. Grandmaster was now handing down everything he was supposed to hand down to Hua Fenglu to him instead. You stay here and learn from Grandmaster, I'm leaving first, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian lightly nodded and began to look through the score books. Hua Jieyu returned to her own dorm, and not long after, the people of the Emperor's Star School came for her. An elder asked her, Headmaster Yi Xiang left alone, did Yi Futian stay here with you? Grandmaster wanted him to stay and learn to play the guqin. If you guys need anything, go ask Grandmaster, said Hua Jieyu coldly. The people from the school shared a look and headed to Elder Qin's residence. Hua Jieyu watched as they left, her expression peaceful as ever. Now that the secret was out, she felt so calm. It was about time to get this thing straightened out. Walking to the edge of the residence, a gust of wind enveloped her, carrying her down from the Emperor's Star School. At Donghai Academy, there were tons of students walking around the campus. Right at this moment, someone looked up at the sky and shouted, Hua Jieyu. Gradually, more people began to look up. They saw Hua Jieyu being carried through the sky by a force of spiritual qi, like a goddess strolling in the air. So beautiful. Not even the girl with Minister Zhua can compare to her. Hua Jieyu really is Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, said one of the students. Many hearts skipped a beat as they looked at the goddess in the sky. They could only watch her from afar because she was already dating someone. Even goddesses have people they like. Mu Yunxian. That name made many people envious, and even jealous. Hua Jieyu stopped and descended from the skies. When she saw that she had the attention of a good amount of people, she began to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors about me being spread around Donghai Academy. Everyone looked at her. There seemed to be something different about Hua Jieyu. They are untrue, she said calmly. This stirred up some feelings instantly. For a while now, the rumors about Hua Jieyu dating Mu Yunxian spread to every corner of the academy. Now, Hua Jieyu had actually spoken up. The rumors were false. Hua Jieyu came all the way down from the school of the Emperor's Star just to set things straight. Saying all she had to say, she turned to leave. So, does this mean you don't have anyone you like? Someone gathered the courage to yell out at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu slowed down. In her mind, a certain young man appeared, which brought a smile to her face. I do have someone I like. Hua Jieyu's smile had many people in a daze. But at the same time, their hopes and dreams were destroyed once again. Hua Jieyu already had someone she liked. It's just that it was the rumored Mu Yunxian. Who is he? Is he better than Mu Yunxian? Someone asked. Hua Jieyu thought of the spectacular young man again and smiled even brighter. Mu Yunxian is not worthy to be compared to him. After that, she was up in the skies again, dancing through the clouds like a goddess. Everyone was shocked, frozen in place. Along with hearing Hua Jieyu's words, they were able to hear the sound of their hearts break. Chapter 68, Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor's Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor's Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor's Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor's Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. You can imagine the uproar to Hua Jieyu's words, the most beautiful girl of Donghai Academy. It was like a slap to Mu Yunxian, the talent of the school of the Emperor's Star. There was no dignity left for him. Perhaps Hua Jieyu really was mad because these rumors could hurt the person she truly liked. The people of Donghai Academy could imagine Mu Yunxuan's feelings now. But compared to that, they were more curious about the one Hua Jieyu liked. Who was the one that could make Hua Jieyu so beautiful when talking about him? Who was the one that Mu Yunxian wasn't even good enough to be compared to? Did someone like this really exist in Donghai Academy? After all, Mu Yunxian was the genius prodigy of the school of the Emperor's Star. At that moment, the one Hua Jieyu spoke of was practicing his guqin in the school. He was immersed in it from day to night. His grandmaster was definitely a master of the guqin arts. His attainment was at the peak. Even Hua Fenglu couldn't be compared to him. He could use music notes to cast spells from other schools, resonating musical spells with others. It could create even more explosive power and was clearly deeper than what he had taught Hua Fenglu. The man hadn't learned these. The night sky was as dark as ink. Under the bright moon, the school of the Emperor's Star looked even more majestic. Music streamed from a pavilion. The youth sat on a stone bench and played the qin. A beautiful girl sat beside him, listening to the melody. Under the moonlit sky, this scene was so beautiful and peaceful. After a while, the music came to a stop. The youth gazed at the girl and said gently, "Fox, time to rest." "No, I want to stay here with you." Hua Jieyu's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and shook her head. "Then I'll go rest with you," Yi Futian said. "No way." Hua Jieyu smiled. What was this bad guy thinking now? "Huh, you're still not my girl," Yi Futian said, hurt. "That trick doesn't work." Hua Jieyu smiled. He always pretended to be pitiful. Despite her words, she leaned against Yi Futian and slowly lied down into his lap. The arrogant and fairy-like girl at the Donghai Academy during the day had now become a girl in love. She was so gentle. It seems to work. Yi Futian looked at the pretty girl in his lap. He caressed her hair and dipped his head. He pecked her forehead. His eyes were filled with softness. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. With her head on Yi Futian's thighs, she murmured, "Don't mess around. Keep practicing and I'll rest here." Yi Futian gave Hua Jieyu puppy eyes. "Fox, do you think I can practice with you here?" "I don't care. Let me sleep for a bit." Hua Jieyu looked smug as she closed her eyes. "Oh, you sly fox." Yi Futian felt tragic, but he started practicing again. If anyone in Donghai Academy knew that Yi Futian felt sad now, they'd probably slap him to death. The music was peaceful and Hua Jieyu actually fell asleep quickly. Yi Futian looked down at the girl. Her eyelashes were long and pretty. A smile still hung on her face as she slept. It was sweet and beautiful. Seeing the sleeping beauty, Yi Futian smiled too. He murmured, "Fox, you suck." Then he raised his head and kept playing. The music continued from night to day. During the night, Yi Futian felt his energy changing. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had been frustrated all these days due to the rumors, but last night, he had felt more peaceful than ever before. With the music notes, he had a mental breakthrough without realizing. This way, he was at the 4-star glory plane for both martial arts and sorcery. A cough broke the early morning peace. Yi Futian saw the old man walk over. He smiled, trembled. Hua Jieyu's eyes opened and she got up, pink tinging her cheeks. "Grandmaster," Hua Jieyu called with her head lowered. There was some embarrassment in her voice. "Must be nice to be young." The old man smiled at the two before him. They were like a perfect pair. He could feel the pure feelings just seeing them. "I hope you will be in love like this forever." He gave his blessing with a smile. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu exchanged glances. Both of them had smiling eyes. "Grandmaster, we will," Yi Futian said. "You can't slack on your cultivation though," the elder said. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He continued practicing. Hua Jieyu stayed there and cultivated too. "Han Mo is here to greet his senior." A voice came from outside. The elder's smile faded. He said indifferently, "Come in." As soon as he finished, a few figures walked in. The first was the Emperor's star elder Yi Futian had seen before. "How have you been?" Han Mo asked with a smile. "Can I help you?" Elder Qin asked. "There is nothing much, but I heard that Yi Futian was practicing here, so I came to take a look," Han Mo said. His gaze fell on Yi Futian. "I told you last time that you can come to the school of the Emperor's star. Why didn't you tell me after you came?" "I came with Headmaster Yi." "I am sorry for not notifying you," Yi Futian said politely. "It is all right. Since you are practicing with my senior, why don't you join this school?" Han Mo's smile remained. Yi Futian shook his head wryly. "You are joking again. I have already joined the school of the Finance Star. If I join the Emperor's Star, I would be betraying the Finance Star. Do you accept disciples like that?" "That is true." The old man nodded and said, "Since you are not joining then, according to the rules, you cannot stay here for long." Hearing his words, something flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. He looked at the man's smile and Mu Yunxian behind him. He obviously knew that Han Mo was planning something. The one who reminded him at the Luo Palace was obviously not Han Mo. "You have problems with the fact that I am keeping him here to practice." Elder Qin's muddled eyes grew sharp. His entire aura seemed to change. His robe fluttered and his white hair flew in the wind. Han Mo bowed. "Senior, please do not be angry. I was just saying, but I will leave now." With that, he really turned to leave. At the same time, he said, "Yunxian, apologize to Jieyu." "Yes." Mu Yunxian walked up and said to Hua Jieyu, "The rumors affected you negatively. Please do not mind them. Get out, Hua Jieyu uttered, staring at Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxuan's face stiffened. His handsome face became embarrassed. It was one thing for Hua Jieyu to declare the rumors unfounded yesterday at Donghai Academy. It did not affect Mu Yunxian too much. But Hua Jieyu did not spare any dignity for him. She told everyone that he could not even be compared to who she liked. Everyone was discussing him as if he was a clown. And now, Hua Jieyu also told him to get out so mercilessly. Seeing Yi Futian beside her, Mu Yunxian realized that this boy was the one she liked. Yesterday, Jieyu said that I can't be compared to you. I cannot disturb your master today, but in the future, I hope we can have some exchanges, Mu Yunxian said to Yi Futian, still polite. Yi Futian did not know what had happened yesterday, but he could guess from Mu Yunxuan's words. After deciding to stay in this school and Hua Jieyu no longer had to avoid him, she probably personally revealed the truth. Thinking of this, Yi Futian smiled gently at Hua Jieyu. He took her hands and glanced at Mu Yunxian, giving a strong response to what Mu Yunxian had said earlier. Seeing this, Mu Yunxuan's expression grew more uncomfortable. Get out, Yi Futian said the same two words as Hua Jieyu. Even though he was told to do so by the school of the Emperor's Star, Yi Futian could not tolerate Mu Yunxian saying he was dating Hua Jieyu. Sensing Hua Jieyu's reliance on him, Yi Futian knew that this event had hurt her. She had become sensitive and weak. He needed to make Mu Yunxian pay. Sorry for the disturbance. Mu Yunxian bowed toward Elder Qin and glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His fists clenched loosely. He turned and walked out to catch up with Han Mo. Han Mo's face was dark too. He said coldly, Nandu brought her here to cultivate, but it seems like nothing will come out of it. If that's the case, what use does she have regardless of her talents? Professor, that Yi Futian will be troublesome in the future too, Mu Yunxian said. Him. Han Mo sneered. Youths who don't know how to lie low will die easily. The school of the finance star can't protect him for long. Hearing those words, a cold murderous glint flashed past Mu Yunxuan's eyes. Days later, Yi Xiang came to the school of the Emperor's Star to pick him up. Minister Zhua had sent people over and was preparing to travel to Qingzhou City. In the yard, Yi Xiang walked forward. He floated in the air and his hands were behind his back. Behind him, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, Qingzhou isn't far from Donghai. With Minister Zhua's demon, it'll only take 1 day. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Okay, I'll wait for you, Hua Jieyu said gently. She would wait no matter how long it took. Fox, I'm leaving. Yi Futian's eyes were unwilling but he left with Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu watched his back. She did not turn to go cultivate until he was completely gone. Chapter 69, When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhua was already waiting for him. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhua was already waiting for him. When the young woman saw Yi Futian, she said, Let's have another battle. Yi Futian was speechless. He wondered if this girl liked being defeated. No, he answered. Yi Futian glanced at the young woman. What is that look supposed to mean? Seeing the way Yi Futian looked at her made her mad. If we fight again, I'm afraid you might cry, said Yi Futian. He was determined never to battle with a female ever again. You. The young woman pointed at him. All right, Missy. Let's go, weren't you the one who begged to tag along? Minister Zhua did not know what to do with the little princess. Just you wait, Yi Futian. She then turned to the Minister Zhua. Master, I want him to be my guard. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. He looked to Minister Zhua. Senior. She couldn't do this, could she? Stop fooling around. The Minister Zhua looked at the young woman once and then gave out his order, let's go. The large group riding on creatures began their journey, heading in the direction of the East Sea. I don't care. Master, Didn't you say his innate powers were good and that he was gifted? Then he would be perfect as my guard. He can also battle me time to time to help me gain combat experience, the young woman whined to the minister's wife. Yi Futian stared in shock. What did she take him for? Then you'll have to ask Yi Futian to see if he'll agree, said minister's wife. Yi Futian thanked the minister's wife silently. The young woman looked towards Yi Futian and said, You're better off by my side than you are at Donghai Academy. No. Yi Futian remembered what Hua Jieyu made him promise and rejected her firmly. I really do have a girlfriend. You. The young woman seemed to be adjusting to Yi Futian's shameless antics because she suddenly smiled. With a beautiful smile, she faced Yi Futian and asked, Is your girlfriend really as pretty as I am? Yi Futian saw her smile and did not know what to say. How could her expression change so abruptly? She was trying to get her way through the means of seduction. However, Yi Futian thought it was wasted effort because he was an honest man. However, he couldn't believe that she remembered what he said yesterday. When it came to appearances, women were indeed. You are very beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so, Yi Futian said with a serious look on his face. The young woman's smile disappeared in an instant and she snickered at Yi Futian, who would believe you? She seemed to know that there was no hope and refused to look at Yi Futian. That self-confidence, Yi Futian thought to himself, if this girl met Hua Jieyu, then she would not be so confident. At the thought of Hua Jieyu, a smile crept on his face. Yi Futian closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle blowing of the wind in silence. Quickly, the group made it past the city and arrived at the East Sea. In the vast sea, the wind blew and ships sailed. The group did not stall for too long before they were on their way again, this time headed for Qingzhou Academy. Several hours later, from the skies over the East Sea, an island came into view. Yi Futian stood on top of the beast he was previously riding on and looked at the nearing island. He had no idea he would be back so soon. It did not seem like that long ago that he left the island city. So many thoughts floated through his mind. Was senior sister Qin Yi doing all right? Was General Qin Shui doing better? Did Feng Qingxue miss him? Probably. He smiled at the thought of being back home. Finally, the beasts were flying right above the island. They did not stop but continued in the direction of Qingzhou Academy. Boom! At this very moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Yi Futian and everyone were concerned as they looked down. They saw the ground shake, as if an earthquake or a tsunami was about to dawn upon the city. What's going on? Minister's Wa's eyes flickered and the beasts continued to advance. A moment later, the loud rumbling resumed and the ground was shaking once again. The citizens of Qingzhou City were in a frenzy. The stronger people ascended into mid-air while the weaker people were running on the streets. Everyone was in shock. Boom! The ground was still shaking without a pattern. As they got deeper into the city, the shaking got more violent. Even when the monster tide occurred, it did not affect the areas this far away. Right not, it seemed like the entire island was being affected. It was originating from the direction of Qingzhou Academy. What on earth was going on? Yi Futian's heart was pounding. Even though he was not able to become an official disciple of Qingzhou Academy, he still had a sentimental attachment to this place. He did not wish for anything to happen to the academy. The beasts sped up and charged forward. Not long after, they arrived at Qingzhou Academy. Right now, the whole area was shaking non-stop. Some buildings had already fallen. The teachers and students were all looking in the direction of Mount Tianyao. Their hearts in a frenzy. There seemed to be an ultimate battle taking place in Mount Tianyao. Mount Tianyao. Its senior snow ape. Thought Yi Futian. His expression changed. The shaking was coming from Mount Tianyao. There could only be one thing that would lead to such strong vibrations through the ground, and that was a huge battle between the snow ape and some unknown people. The snow ape's powers were unimaginably strong. He may very well be second in power after Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian was unsure of exactly how powerful he was, but to be able to battle with the snow ape, it was most likely a fearsome opponent. It was hard for Yi Futian not to worry. "Seems like someone got here before I could," said Minister Zhua. The group stood between Qingzhou Academy and Mount Tianyao. People who went ahead to test the waters came back to report their findings. They greeted the minister with a bow. "Minister Zhua, things are not good. Do you know who it is?" Minister Zhua asked. "It's not possible for a person so powerful to exist in Nanda Nation." The reporting person shook his head. Minister Zhua contemplated for a while and said, "All of you stay here, I'll go take a look." Obviously, everything they had previously prepared was now useless. The plans had been spoiled. An extremely powerful individual got wind of the news and came to Qingzhou City. "Senior, can you take me with you?" asked Yi Futian. "Your abilities are still too weak." "It will be dangerous," said Minister Zhua. "That's okay. I want to take a look at what's going on." Yi Futian was determined. "I cannot promise your absolute safety," Minister Zhua spoke again. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them made their way into Mount Tianyao. The vibrations of the ground were even stronger now that they were closer to the mountains. Demons and monsters ran frantically in every direction. With Minister Zhua's powers, none of the demons or monsters dared to stand in his way. Finally, they reached the epicenter of the vibrations. One look at the scene ahead and the powerful minister began to shudder, not able to calm down. "Senior." Yi Futian clenched his fist. His body was shaking. His eyes were filled with a wild flame and all the veins on his arms were visible. Up ahead was an enormous snow ape, taller than the mountains. Compared to when Yi Futian had met him before, the snow ape was much larger now. His head was in the clouds. His enormous body stood in the midst of a storm, but he remained standing steadily like the mountains. A golden chain was locked around the snow ape's body. The light coming from the chain was shining brighter than the sun. The chain seemed to have come from the heavens, creating a link between heaven and earth. The snow ape reached out his hands, filled with immense power. However, the snow ape's snow-white fur was covered in blood. He was bleeding from wounds all over his body. He looked up at the figures in the sky unyieldingly. Yi Futian also looked up at the sky with his bloodshot eyes. Up in the skies, stood a group of people. They were spread out in the air. A light shone from each of their bodies. This light enveloped them like a divine armor and the people looked domineering, like the gods in heaven. Standing above them, were two more people. They were quiet. One of the two was dressed in a robe of sorts. She was dazzling, elegant, and wholly like a celestial fairy. She did not look too old, maybe about Yi Futian's age. Even though she was young, her aura was outstanding. It was almost as if she was born superior to others. She looked very content. Beside her stood a figure that seemed like a divine general. His force field covered her as if to protect her. Compared with Minister Zhua's disciple, the girl won in regards of elegance and looks. Perhaps, even if the goddess like Hua Jieyu were here, she would not be able to overshadow this girl. The two girls were on a similar level in terms of looks, but when it came to elegance, not even Hua Jieyu could beat her. If Hua Jieyu was compared to a descended goddess, then this girl was a celestial fairy straight from the heavens. It was almost as if the snow ape could sense Yi Futian's arrival. He looked over in Yi Futian's direction and seemed to have mistaken the situation. The snow ape looked at Minister Zhua with blood-red eyes, conveying his intent to kill. A loud growl sounded. The world seemed to have become frozen and covered in snow. Along with the clanging of chains, the snow ape charged at Minister Zhua, lifting his arms, preparing to attack. Minister Zhua's face paled. He could feel his body slowly being sealed by the ice. "Senior." Yi Futian jumped in front of Minister Zhua. He realized that the snow ape must have mistakenly thought that Minister Zhua was holding him against his will. The snow ape struck the two with his hand, causing Minister Zhua and Yi Futian to land far away with a loud crash. The chain rattled again, but this time, to pull him back. Minister Zhua and Yi Futian picked themselves up off the ground. At this moment, they noticed that the group in the sky were looking down at them. The divine general-like figure spoke to them, "Kneel." His voice was domineering, superior, and arrogant. "Greetings, I am a Prime Minister of Nanda Nation. May I ask who you guys are?" asked Minister Zhua. He joined his hands together in a salute. The fairy-like female looked down at them and replied, "My family name is Dong Huang." Minister Zhua's knees hit the ground and he bowed his head to the floor. This was not only because the opposing side was power, but also because of their identity. Her surname was Dong Huang. The prophecy has been fulfilled, Minister Zhua thought to himself. A shiver ran down his back. The reason he was willing to risk coming here was because he told his own fortune. The prophecy said that this journey will not be dangerous. On the contrary, he would meet a person fated to become emperor. Never would Minister Zhua have imagined, by being fated to become emperor, it did not mean the emperor of the Nanda nation, it meant the emperor of the divine prefectures. Yi Futian did not kneel down. In the storm, he looked up to the sky. He stood up straight and, in this moment, he was calmer than ever before. He met eyes with the air in the sky. The look they shared was a look of destiny. Chapter 70, Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. "My name is Dong Huang." Yi Futian even felt like that sentence was spoken to him instead of Minister Zhua. Boundless icy winds blew through, causing flurries of snow that fell from the sky. An indescribable coldness descended into the world. Everyone looked over at the towering mountain's vastness. They saw the snow ape look up the vault of heaven. It was sealed in ice with him as the center. The entire world was frozen. "Child, look carefully." A voice floated into Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw a shadow appear inside the snow ape's body. It came straight out of the flesh. The endless ice and snow converged into a giant snow staff that the snow ape grasped. 9 heavenly attacks. The snow ape stood up, almost becoming one with the sky and earth. That moment, incredible power converged above the shadow. His body was so stable. Finally, the snow ape's large shadow moved. The first hit gathered the power of the world and slammed against the atrium. The air seemed to be sliced apart and the frozen world was cut into two. Endless wind and snow blocked everyone's vision except Yi Futian. The snow ape did not hit anyone. He was just teaching Yi Futian. It was the freedom meditation. Even though Yi Futian was sad, he knew that the snow ape was using his life to teach. This staff technique was the evolved by Emperor Yi Qing when he created war techniques. Now, the snow ape was demonstrating it personally. After the first hit, the power intensified rather than weakening. When the snow staff was swung again, the power of the first hit seemed to meld into the second and sweep everything. Then the third hit, the fourth. Every hit's power seemed to be multiplying. By the 8th hit, the world was shaking, the mountains were trembling, and the earth had cracked open. The snow ape's location had turned into the world's most terrifying windstorm. The 9th hit, a voice said in Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw the snow ape go toward the atrium. The snow staff swung and countless shadows of the staff appeared, flattening the sky. After that, Yi Futian could not see clearly anymore. Blinding light shone from above the atrium. It covered everything. The entire Mount Tianyao shook. The demons all knelt on the ground. An invisible power crashed into Minister Zhua and Yi Futian. They flew backward, but something was protecting Yi Futian. He was not fatally hurt, but there was pain everywhere. This windstorm lasted a long time because calming down. It began to snow in Mount Tianyao. White snow continued to float down. Yi Futian stood there, gaping. The snow ape's shadow had disappeared. All that remained was the giant flesh body standing there. It was lifeless, but it still stood up straight and tall. He was standing even in death. In the canyon behind him, Emperor Yi Qing's statue was still undamaged. It was as if the snow ape had defended the statue to his death. Yi Futian reached out. A snowflake landed in his palm. "Child, do not be sad. This was destined. I should have gone with my master long ago, but I had to wait for someone. Thankfully, I met you all. I am just sad I cannot see you rule the world with my own eyes." There seemed to be a shred of consciousness remaining in the air. It transformed into a voice that floated into Yi Futian's ear. At the corner of his eye was a tear. Was this really all fate? The snow ape knew the ending, but he still remained here, guarding it. The divine general went toward Emperor Yi Qing's statue to find something, but they could not find anything. A figure radiated and the girl in the air said, "Let his last statue remain." The divine general still shone. The terrible light fell upon the statue, flattening it to the ground. The statue that the snow ape had protected with his life had still fallen. "Princess, you should not have sympathy," the general said, retracting his light. The girl looked at him coldly and turned around. The people left with her. When she left, she looked down. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and then moved away. Her figure disappeared in the horizon. When they left, Yi Futian collapsed too. Something had been supporting him before, but those violent shakes had even hurt Minister Zhua, let alone him. Before, he had forced himself to stand up and witness it all. Minister Zhua coughed out blood. He could not recover quickly. Everything that had happened was indescribable. He did not even see clearly how the snow ape had died. Walking to Yi Futian, he looked at the youth's calm face with a bit of gratitude. If not for Yi Futian, the snow ape would have killed him. He could feel the murderous intent. But Yi Futian was only a boy. How could he be so calm when faced with all this? He did not even kneel down. The girl from the sky had the surname Donghuang. Even the emperor of Nandu would have to kneel. Their statuses were too different. However, the youth had still been standing up straight. It was not because he was dumb from shock but arrogance from his bones. At that moment, Minister Zhua had the illusion that the boy before him was as high and mighty as the girl from the sky. His eyes flashed. Then he sat down beside Yi Futian. His life spirit appeared. It was a life chart. The minister of Nandu was a rarely seen astrologer. Few people knew this secret. Astrologers usually did not live long because they knew too much. The light of the life chart enveloped Yi Futian. The gears moved without stop and sped up. "What's going on?" Minister's expression changed. He stared at the uncontrollable life chart in shock. It spun crazily with noise until it finally slowed down. Minister Zhua stared at the chart. The needle spun until it pointed upward. It seemed to point at the sky. The minister collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the life chart, his heart twitched. This was impossible. How was this possible? Shouldn't it be the girl in the sky? Her surname was Donghuang. Why did Yi Futian have this fate? The fortune showed that he would meet someone, but who was it? In disbelief, Minister Zhua continued to activate the life chart. After several attempts, he was sweating. He sat beside Yi Futian and stared at the sleeping youth. Would Nanda Nation's fate change because of him? When Yi Futian woke up, he saw Minister Zhua beside him. The man smiled. "You're awake." "Senior," Yi Futian greeted. He sat up. "You saved my life, so you shouldn't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhua," Minister Zhua said with a smile. He felt guilty inside. As the minister, he had taken advantage of the boy without him realizing. "Uncle Zhua." Yi Futian was not very straightforward. Becoming close to the minister of Nandu would be good for him when he returned to Donghai City. Yes. Minister Zhou nodded. How are your injuries? No big deal. Yi Futian looked back. He was sad when he saw the statue-like body. Uncle Zhou, he said, I want to stay here for a while. You can go back first. Minister Zhou shook his head. The demons have been chased away, but they might come back. It's too dangerous. Why don't I stay here with you? But Yi Futian wanted to continue, but Minister Zhou interrupted, You're calling me uncle already. We're not strangers. Go do what you want to do. I'll just cultivate here. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and stopped talking. He got up and walked toward the snow ape's body. There, he kept standing, but he looked up to the heavens. Senior, I can't take revenge for you now, so I'll just accompany you for a while. Yi Futian's voice was sad. He sat by the snow ape's body. The Guqin spirit appeared and descended before him. Yi Futian started playing right there. A gloomy melody sounded as if in farewell. After the tune, Yi Futian started cultivating. The snow ape had taught him the 9 heavenly attacks before dying. Cultivating here was like the last comfort to the snow ape's spirit. The days passed. Without realizing, months had passed. 9 heavenly attacks was extremely difficult. When Yi Futian learned the 3rd hit, both his martial arts and sorcery cultivation had reached the 5-star glory plane. That day, Yi Futian knelt before the snow ape's body. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up and turning around. He never looked back. Uncle Zhou, let's go back, Yi Futian said to Minister Zhou, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. The man opened his eyes and nodded. Okay. With that, he and Yi Futian flew into the sky. They left Mount Tianyao. Yi Futian's recent actions had been odd, but he did not ask. Once out of Mount Tianyao, they were close to Qingzhou Academy. Minister Zhuo's men were waiting there. Seeing Minister Zhuo return, they let out sighs of relief and went to greet him. Where's the princess? Minister Zhuo asked. They were living in Qingzhou Academy while you weren't here, someone said. That girl has probably caused a ruckus, Minister Zhuo said. He walked forward and they all went toward Qingzhou Academy. The red-clothed girl was the princess of Nandu. She was now living in the School of Martial Arts. Many people were there right now. When Yi Futian walked in, he saw Qin Yi. Surprised, he called, Miss Qin. Futian. Qin Yi was surprised when she saw Yi Futian. I wanted to go find you. Why are you here? Yi Futian asked. Hearing this, Qin Yi lowered her head slightly. Professor, you're back. The servants here don't know how to take care of people. I can finally go back now. The girl walked by. Many big figures of the School of Martial Arts were present. They all froze when they saw Yi Futian, but Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Servant. Chapter 71. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zhuo. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. Greetings, Minister Zhuo. Minister Zhuo nodded his head. Leng Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the House of Swordsmen, looked at Yi Futian and asked, What are you doing here? What is my senior sister doing here? Yi Futian did not answer his question. Leng Qingfeng took a look around at everyone. This. He did not know how to explain the situation. She's your senior sister, the young woman snickered. Then to Yi Futian, she said, She's been my servant these past couple days, but it's such a pity that she doesn't know how to take care of other people. If you promise to be my underling, I'll let her go. How about it? You did this? Yi Futian glared at her coldly. Yi Futian, I'm fine, Qin Yi said, pulling at his sleeve. But I'm not fine, senior sister. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi. He moved her hands away and walked towards the young woman. His demeanor was cold, but at the same time, he looked furious. Seeing him like this slightly frightened the young woman. She asked, "What do you want? Didn't you say that you wanted to battle again?" "I'll fulfill your wish," he said. His pace quickened, racing straight towards the young woman. "You're crazy." She saw Yi Futian charging at her, but because he was going too fast, he reached her before she was able to defend herself. A punch was thrown at her. The young woman gathered energy to defend herself, but his fist broke through her defense and landed on her chest. The young woman flew through the air and was thrown through 2 closed doors. After breaking the doors, she landed on the ground. Everyone watching was dumbfounded at the scene they just witnessed. Qin Yi looked pale because she knew that this young woman was the princess of the Nanda nation. Even Xia Fan, the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture and the person who destroyed Qin Yi's family, had to kneel down in her presence. Yi Futian actually threw her in the air with a single punch. "Princess," someone shouted. "Yi Futian, that was out of line," said someone from the School of Martial Arts, as a group of them went up to help the princess. The young woman walked out of the room she had just been thrown into, with a hand on her chest. Her eyes were red, as if she was really going to cry. She had never been hit before. What's more, this was already the 2nd time. "Master, he's bullying me." "Kill him," the young woman ordered as she looked at Minister Zhua. The powerful cultivators of Nanda Nation surrounded Yi Futian. "Minister Zhua, please have mercy." Leng Qingfeng pleaded. "Yi Futian." Qin Yi's face was pale and she placed herself in front of him. "Step down," ordered Minister Zhua. The people surrounding Yi Futian retreated. "Master," said the young woman. She was shocked and did not understand what her master was doing. "Have you had enough?" In a stern tone, Minister Zhua said to the young woman, "Apologize to Yi Futian." "Me? Apologize to him?" The young woman's eyes were about to pop out of her head as she stared at her master. She was a princess and she was the one who had to apologize after getting hit by Yi Futian? "Are you not going to listen to me?" Minister Zhua looked at the young woman with a serious look on his face. He could not believe that this child actually ordered to have Yi Futian killed. She would know that this was for her own good sometime in the future. "Uncle Zhua, forget about the apology." "I can't bear it," said Yi Futian. "All I want to know is who made my senior sister a servant." General Qin Shuai, the protector of the city of Qingzhou, was disabled by Xia Fan when he offended him for the well-being of the city. Now, his daughter, who was cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, was being treated as a servant. Witnessing this with his own 2 eyes, it was clear that Yi Futian was beyond furious. If it was the young woman's fault, he would hold this against her, even if she was the princess. "Hurry up and tell him," Minister Zhua ordered the young woman. She felt wronged seeing her master side with Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Yi Futian and told him, "It was the city lord who sent her to take care of me." "Why are you blaming me?" "Murong Yunshan." Yi Futian's eyes grew cold. He asked the people of the School of Martial Arts, "Is this how you treat the daughter of General Qin?" Everyone lowered their heads in shame. They knew that City Lord Murong Yunshan was purposely picking on Qin Yi, but what could they do? Now, it was Yi Futian who would stand up against the Murong family again. Last time as well, he executed Murong Qiu in front of students of Qingzhou Academy all by himself. It was just as the Thunder Pavilion Lord had said when he left, the prestigious Qingzhou Academy was nothing compared to this one young man. Not even a year had passed, and this young man was back in Qingzhou Academy. He was actually able to defeat a 5-starred glory plane mandate sorcerer with 1 punch. To add to that, the person he hit was the princess of the Nanda nation, and afterwards, Minister Zhua even had the princess apologize to Yi Futian. The world had changed so quickly. When the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Pavilion left, he said that Qingzhou Academy would know what they missed out on when Yi Futian became known to the world. It seemed like what he said was slowly coming true. Yi Futian's growth was truly shocking. General Qin. Minister Zhuo looked at Yi Futian and asked, Yi Futian, is there a story behind this? General Qin is the protector of our city, answered Yi Futian. He turned to Minister Zhuo and summarized the story of General Qin, and Xia Fan, Murong Yunshan, and the others. When he finished retelling the story, Minister Zhuo became extra cold. He said, those bastards. Murong Yunshan plunged the people into misery and suffering, but has become the city lord? Uncle Zhuo, I want him dead, said Yi Futian. He was out for blood. Go, bring him here, ordered Minister Zhuo. Understood, someone answered his order and flew to find Murong Yunshan. The people of Qingzhou Academy shuddered at this scene. Was the Murong family done for? One word from the Prime Minister of the Nanda nation was enough to have a whole family killed off, even if it was the city lord. Yi Futian, called out Qin Yi. She looked at the young man standing in front of her. It hadn't even been a year since she last saw him. What on earth had he been through? For her, he attacked the princess. Senior sister, everything is okay now. Yi Futian smiled at Qin Yi. She nodded, eyes red. In this time, she learned the truth about human nature. Many people treated her poorly. Even the people who courted her before changed their attitude towards her. As if it was not enough that Xia Fan and Murong Yunshan caused her father's disability, Murong Shan used the arrival of the princess as an excuse to suppress her growth in cultivation. Don't you still owe me an apology? The young woman asked Yi Futian. She still felt wronged. Senior sister, did she give you a hard time? Yi Futian asked Qin Yi. No, she said as she shook her head. Then I'll forgive you, he said to the young woman. You. The young woman pointed a finger at Yi Futian, not knowing what to say. Then she turned to look at Minister Zhuo with puppy dog eyes. That's enough. No matter what, you were in the wrong first. Why do you need a servant when traveling? Treat this as a lesson learned, said Minister Zhuo gently. He then turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian, I watched her grow up. Other than being a little obstinate, she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take what she does to heart, and take care of her if possible. I need him to take care of me. The young girl felt that Minister Zhuo was a little strange since coming down from the mountains. What on earth happened? Uncle Zhuo, that's too much. I was a little rash. This situation had nothing to do with the princess, so I am at fault, said Yi Futian. Minister Zhuo showed much respect for Yi Futian. Even though he saved Minister Zhuo on Mount Tianyao, Yi Futian knew that there was a limit to what he could do. After all, the young woman was the princess and her master was Minister Zhuo. Is this the attitude you use in an apology? The young woman chewed on her own lip. Fine, then I'll promise to battle you the next time you ask, he said. Who wants to fight you? The young woman scratched her head. After that one punch, she finally realized she could not defeat him. Minister Zhuo saw her expression and could not help but smile. It looked like her temper had dissolved. Yi Futian and the princess should have made up by now, right? After a little while, Murong Yunshan was escorted to them. He still had no idea what was going on. When he saw Yi Futian, Murong Yunshan saw red. His son, Murong Qiu, had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Greetings to Minister Zhuo and the princess from Qingzhou City Lord, Murong Yunshan, he bowed. Yi Futian, what do you want to do with him? Asked Minister Zhuo. I want him beheaded, Yi Futian answered without hesitation. Murong Yunshan was in complete shock. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. What was going on? Off with his head. One word from Minister Zhuo and the people standing behind Murong Yunshan restrained him. In this moment, Murong Yunshan finally realized the predicament he was in. Please spare me, Minister Zhuo. What did I do wrong? Murong Yunshan's expression was completely different. However, Minister Zhuo did not bother with him. The minister looked at Yi Futian and felt a cold shiver when he saw Yi Futian's cold eyes. It was then that Murong Yunshan understood, the person who wanted to kill him wasn't Minister Zhua, but was the young man in front of him. He was once an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Academy. Murong Yunshan thought of the fall quarter examinations. That was the first time Yi Futian stood up in the middle of the stage, stubborn and unwavering. Murong Yunshan never expected that the lives of both him and his son would end in the hands of Yi Futian. I cannot accept this. Murong Yunshan screamed furiously. A moment later, Qingzhou City's city lord was dead in Qingzhou Academy. Have the Murong family property confiscated, Minister Zhua ordered. Immediately, his people left to get things taken care of. What do you think of making General Qin the new city lord of Qingzhou City? Minister Zhua asked Yi Futian. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Naturally, Yi Futian had the same thought, but he did not feel right asking this of Minister Zhua. He was so shocked at this treatment he was receiving from Minister Zhua. Yi Futian was being treated so well, it was getting suspicious. The casual words exchanged in this courtyard flipped the whole city upside down. First, the powerful Murong Chamber of Commerce was destroyed. Originally, the municipal guards tried to resist, but when they found out the Prime Minister of the Nanda nation ordered the destruction, they gave up the thought of defending it. There were also many guards in the municipal guards who actually volunteered to clean out the Murong family house. They did not want to be suspected of siding with the Murong family. Then, out of nowhere, General Qin was invited to fill the spot of city lord. All of this happened in such a short period of time. Very quickly the news spread all through the city of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was the first to get the news. All the students were extremely shocked. They heard that the leader of all these events was actually Yi Futian. Chapter 72. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. Do you have to leave today? Qin Yi lowered her head. She walked quickly and her voice was sad. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. You brat. You want to leave as soon as you see your senior. Am I that unappreciated? Qin Yi gave Yi Futian a look. Senior, you know that Donghai City has a lot of things that need someone so successful to do, Yi Futian said jokingly with a smile. I trust you. Qin Yi glared in mocking anger and then smiled. Back then, you said you were a mandate sorcerer and I didn't believe you. Now, I'll believe whatever you say. My charisma is getting stronger, Yi Qingxian said proudly. Are you falling for me? Qin Yi was taken by surprise. She smiled and continued walking forward as she said, Yeah, I am. Well, it doesn't matter. Too many people are pursuing me. Senior, you're too slow. Yi Futian smiled. Go die. Qin Yi raised a slim leg and kicked Yi Futian while rolling her eyes. Qin Yi looked especially attractive now. The students who passed by saw the two play fighting. They were all envious, thinking that Yi Futian was still the same powerful Yi Futian. But now, they were no longer looking at him with jealousy and hatred. Instead, there was some respect. They all knew what had happened in Qingzhou City. The Yi Futian now had become someone they needed to look up to. In the future, he might even become a legend of Qingzhou Academy. There was a pretty girl standing in the near distance. She was beautiful and tall. After half a year, her beauty had increased. Senior, look, I didn't lie, Yi Futian said to Qin Yi after seeing the girl. Look how cocky you are. Qin Yi sighed inwardly and they walked forward. Why didn't you come see me? Feng Qingxue asked as she forced herself to smile. I'm here now, aren't I? Yi Futian smiled. The little girl from before has become more beautiful. Do you miss me? This brat. Qin Yi looked at him, speechless from his narcissism. Yeah, Feng Qingxue nodded with a smile. Qin Yi was shocked. That sucks. You'll have to keep missing me. Yi Futian shrugged. Feng Qingxue studied him. I want to see the outside world too. It's dangerous out there and you're so pretty. It'll be more dangerous for you, Yi Futian said. But you're there, right? Feng Qingxue seemed to have gathered all her courage to say that. Don't, Uncle Feng will think I stole you away. Yi Futian reached out and petted Feng Qingxue's head. She froze, allowing Yi Futian to mess up her hair. This felt so familiar. But sadly, everything was different and they could not go back. How is Yu Sheng? Feng Qingxue asked. Oh, Yu Sheng, Yi Futian muttered. He was angry thinking about the guy. He's dating and doesn't want me anymore. Feng Qingxue was shocked. Even Yu Sheng was dating. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt bitter. It seemed that time had really changed a lot. What about you and Hua Jieyu? Are you dating? Feng Qingxue studied him. She can't escape from me. She didn't want me to come here. Thinking of the fox, Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He was still smiling casually but it made Feng Qingxue jealous. They were the perfect pair. I wish you two well. Feng Qingxue smiled gently. We will. Yi Futian smiled as well. I'm leaving. I don't want you two to miss me too much, so I'll hug you too. Okay. Feng Qingxue nodded. She walked forward and hugged Yi Futian. She leaned her head against his chest as if wanting to enjoy that feeling. For a moment, her heart was besieged. Tears rolled down instantly. She pushed Yi Futian away and ran off with a tear-streaked face. So that was how it felt to hug him. Looking at Feng Qingxue's back, Yi Futian sighed inside. Qin Yi rolled her eyes. She walked forward to hug him lightly and then separated. Senior, I'm leaving. Yi Futian smiled and turned confidently. Minister Zhuo and the others were waiting in the distance. Seeing Yi Futian come, the girl beside Minister Zhuo was unhappy. She said, this is someone with a girlfriend, shameless jerk. Minister Zhuo felt awkward. This girl was full of resentment. Uncle Zhuo, let's go, Yi Futian said when he got close. Minister Zhuo nodded. The people climbed on their demons. Sensing something, Yi Futian glanced at the girl. I'm attractive but you don't have to keep staring at me, right? Shameless, the girl spat. Then she turned away. Yi Futian was speechless. The demons leaped into the sky. The people of Qingzhou Academy watched them leave. Many of the big figures still had not calmed down. In the sky, Minister Zhuo asked Yi Futian from his demon, Futian, what are your plans when you return to Donghai City? Will you keep studying at the academy? Would you like to go to Nanda's royal city? Are there many talented men in the royal city? Yi Futian asked. Of course, Minister Zhuo answered. The best of Nandu go to the royal city, including the most talented from Donghai City. Really? Yi Futian chuckled. Of course I will, but not now. Oh, I'm sure you have many things you still need to do in Donghai City. I won't pressure you but next spring, something big will happen in Nanda Nation. You must come. Minister Zhuo smiled. What big thing? Yi Futian was confused. Do you know about Nanda Nation's history? Minister Zhuo asked. I heard from my professor that Nanda was once ruled by the Nanda family, Yi Futian answered. Then, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Yi ruled over the divine prefectures of the east. The powers of the world were reordered. Nanda was weak and walked down from the throne, replaced by the current king. Yes, the current royal family is named Luo. In order to remind themselves, they have not changed the name of the country. In addition, they hold a Tingfeng banquet every 10 years. Next year will be the next full decade. At this time, not only will the East Sea Prefecture come, people from all prefectures and cities of Nandu will come. The heroes will aggregate and meet each other. You can't miss it. If all the strong men of Nandu are there, why should I go? Yi Futian asked. The stars of the banquet are your generation. The goal is to see the future of Nanda nation. The outstanding figures of Donghai Academy would definitely be included, Minister Zhua answered. Oh. Yi Futian nodded. He first thought of his professor's ailment. Since the Tingfeng banquet was important, if the king noticed and liked him, it would be easier to heal Hua Fenglu, right? Oh, Xia Fan is the young master of the East Sea Prefecture. With his father there, I cannot deal with him directly. After returning, I must take care of some matters. To protect you from danger, I'll keep the decree of the minister with you. People will treat it as if I'm there. Minister Zhua gave Yi Futian his badge and said, you still have to be careful about assassinations. Yi Futian looked at the badge. He needed it but he did not accept it. Uncle Zhua, he said. He was still suspicious. Was Minister Zhua treating him so well really because he helped block the blow from the snow ape? He had defeated the princess with one blow because he was brash, but instead of blaming him, the minister had made the princess apologize too. Take it. This is useless for me. Just don't do bad things under my name, Minister Zhua said jokingly. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and took it. He would remember this gift. The badge was truly useful to him. Professor. The princess of Nandu looked at Yi Futian with jealousy. Who was the minister's true disciple? The group advanced forward and finally reached Donghai City. Minister Zhua personally saw Yi Futian to the academy. Futian, remember, don't miss out next spring. Your stage shouldn't be in Donghai City, Minister Zhua advised. Okay, Uncle Zhua. I'm going back now, Yi Futian said. Minister Zhua nodded and watched as Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy. Let's go back too, Minister Zhua said. But then, a figure walked out. He said before Minister Zhua, greetings, Minister Zhua. I am Nanda Ku. You are from the Nanda clan. Yes, Minister Zhua. I have waited here for many days. My clan leader wishes for your help. Nanda Ku bowed. After pondering, Minister Zhua nodded. Since Nandu is inviting me, I will go with you. After you, Minister, Nanda Ku said politely. The group once again set off and soon arrived at the Nanda clan's home. Hearing that Minister Zhua had arrived, the clan leader personally welcomed him to the courtyard. Other than the two, there was also a beautiful girl. It was Hua Jieyu. Minister Zhua, this is a descendant of the Nanda clan. Could you please tell me her fate and fortune? The clan leader asked. Not many knew that Minister Zhua was an astrologer but he did. Okay. Minister Zhua nodded. Jieyu, please cooperate, the clan leader said. He had once asked Minister Zhua to calculate his but was rejected. Some things were better left unknown. However, Minister Zhua thought that Hua Jieyu was unimportant. Hua Jieyu looked at him. Since Minister Zhua was back safely, that guy should be back too. He had lied saying he would be back in 1 or 2 days. Minister Zhua walked to Hua Jieyu and cast his life chart. The light enveloped Hua Jieyu. After a count, Minister Zhua collected his life spirit. He was shocked. Staring at Hua Jieyu, he thought it was unbelievable. What kind of people were they? Why were their fates all so crazy? Chapter 73. When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhua's face, he could not help but ask, how is it, Minister Zhua? When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhu's face, he could not help but ask, "How is it, Minister Zhu? I have some questions. May I speak with her alone?" Minister Zhu asked. The Nanda clan leader nodded and left them alone. Minister Zhu looked at Hua Jieyu, a great beauty at the age of about 16, 17. She would not lose by too much in comparison with the goddess-like girl from Mount Tianyao days ago. "Are you betrothed to anyone?" he asked her. Hua Jieyu froze, then shook her head. Minister Zhu was silent, seeming to be deep in thought, but then he saw Hua Jieyu looking at him intently. "Senior, the person you brought to the city of Qingzhou, is he back?" "Huh?" Minister Zhu was confused. "The person he brought to the city of Qingzhou?" "From Donghai Academy," she explained. Minister Zhu stopped to think for a moment and then his eyes brightened in realization. In his mind, he thought of the words a certain young man said, "I already have a girlfriend and she's more beautiful than you." He's already returned to the academy. Minister Zhu smiled and nodded. She smiled as well, feeling the worry in her heart disappear. "Brother Nandu." Minister Zhu called out. The Nanda clan leader returned upon being summoned and looked at the two people in the room in confusion. "Goodbye," Minister Zhu said to the clan leader. Then, he turned with his hands joined to salute Hua Jieyu. This was not a gesture to a junior, but a gesture of respect and honor. The Nanda clan leader was shocked and asked, "Minister Zhu, what does this mean?" Minister Zhu just laughed loudly and with every step, he ascended in the sky. The head of the clan leader yelled out to him, "Minister Zhu. The fate of an empress, the mother of the world." Minister Zhu's stern voice traveled. The family head was frozen in place and watched Minister Zhu get further and further away. The fate of an empress. His mind was anything but calm. At that moment, he thought of many things. Hua Jieyu was naturally gifted, that was why he had wanted Minister Zhu to tell her fortune. The clan leader wanted to know if she was going to be able to restore the Nanda clan's glory. But now, it seemed like she was destined for a different path, the road to become an empress. Hua Jieyu was also shocked. She saw the family head looking at her, so she told him, "I don't believe in fate and I also don't want to become empress. I'm going back to the academy." When she finished, she turned and left. When Futian got back to Donghai Academy, he could feel something different in the atmosphere. Everyone was whispering and discussing amongst themselves. And once he stepped onto campus, this atmosphere became more obvious. "Futian is back," said the students of the School of the Finance Star. "He's finally back," said someone else. Many people seemed to have been anticipating Futian's return. They all looked so happy to see him. This type of treatment was something new to Futian. While he walked to his destination, people were greeting him. "Hey!" a beautiful girl called out to Futian from the building of the finance school above. Futian turned his attention to the graceful girl. He knew her. She had made a lasting impression on him. After all, she was the first female to tell him that he wasn't a man. It was going to be difficult to forget someone like her. "I have a name." Futian smiled. She just stared at him and asked, "What level are you now?" 5-starred Glory Plane. "You're not trying to fight me again, are you?" Futian was feeling uncertain. Were all girls crazy about fighting? One just left, now there was another. "I won't fight you. The ones you have to fight are the people of the Emperor's Star School and the Treasury Star School," the girl said. Futian looked confused. More people came up to them. "What happened?" Futian asked. He had just returned and the atmosphere at the academy felt strange. "Junior brother Futian, the Finance Star School hasn't been doing too hot as of late," said a young man. "Why is that?" asked Futian. "Recently, the students of those two schools have been very arrogant. From time to time, they'll pick fights with the students of other schools, and our school is the most pitiful because they seem to be picking on us in particular," the young man explained. The students of the School of the Emperor Star and the School of the Treasury Star are stronger to begin with, so naturally the students of our school can't compete with them, said someone else. Yi Futian had gotten famous around Donghai Academy for fighting, so everyone from the Finance Star School was excited for him to be back. Yi Futian frowned. Both of those schools had previously paid a visit to Yi Xiang to congratulate him on taking on a disciple, now they were joining hands to torment the School of the Finance Star. There was definitely a secret involved in all of this. What did the two elders of those schools talk about with Yi Xiang that day? Yi Futian remembered that Yi Xiang came to reprimand him that day after their little chat. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Based on how things were going now, something definitely happened that day. Where's Yu Sheng? Yi Futian knew, with Yu Sheng's bad temper, he would not have just stood by and watched all of this happen. It gets me angry just talking about what happened, someone spoke. Because of this situation, junior brother Yu Sheng went to block off the entrance of the School of the Treasury Star. He beat up a ton of people, but those shameless jerks had 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators gang up on him. One of those guys is the second strongest glory plane cultivator in their whole school. As a 5-starred glory plane cultivator, junior brother Yu Sheng battled to his best ability, but was defeated in the end. Yi Futian had a fairly good understanding of Yu Sheng's powers. The 3-level difference should not have been a problem, but his opponents were from the Treasury Star School, one of them was even known as the second strongest glory plane cultivator, so they were probably also naturally gifted to begin with. Yu Sheng was still not able to release his life spirit and show his true potential, so if they ganged up on him, it was understandable that he was defeated. Okay, I got it, said Yi Futian. He then began to walk back to his dorm. In the courtyard, Yi Futian could see Yu Sheng. He was topless, showing off his copper-toned skin, while Yi Qingxian was applying medication to his wounds. You guys have already progressed to this stage while I was gone. Yi Futian blinked his eyes in disbelief and approached the two. Yi Qingxian blushed and glared at Yi Futian. Stop joking around. Good going, Yu Sheng. You got the nerve to go pick a fight at the School of the Treasury Star as a 5-starred glory plane cultivator? Why don't you go fight every student? You feel good about yourself? Yi Futian stared at Yu Sheng. How are your injuries? Nothing too bad. I'll be better in a couple of days. It's Yi Qingxian who insisted on applying medication, said Yu Sheng, holding back a smile. Doesn't this kind of treatment make you want to go get hurt again? Yi Futian laughed. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at his comment. If you want to get hurt, then go alone. You're so protective of him already. Yi Futian was speechless. Then, he asked her, Yi Qingxian, what the hell is going on with the schools of the Emperor Star and Treasury Star? She turned serious at his question. I heard from father that they're getting greedier for power and want to change the way the 7 schools are run at Donghai Academy. How do they plan on doing that? He squinted his eyes in confusion. They want to be the top powers of Donghai Academy and for the 7 schools to be joined together, said Yi Qingxian. So, that's why they're sending their students out to pick fights, asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I think it's their way of making their wishes clear to the academy, nodded Yi Qingxian. Their 2 schools have always been the strongest of the 7, and so most of the best students are gathered in those schools. Right now, there aren't many students from the other schools who can defeat them. Yi Futian nodded his head and turned to leave. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Asked Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had just returned, where could he be off to again? I'm being a third wheel here, don't want to disturb your time together, said Yi Futian. He waved and continued, I'm going to go see my girlfriend. Yi Qingxian laughed. This guy was always joking around. Yi Futian headed to the School of the Emperor Star. When he left, he told Hua Jieyu that he would be back soon, but now, it had already been a couple of months. She must be worried sick. He walked up all the stairs to reach the School of the Emperor Star all the way at the top. The students there began to discuss amongst each other as soon as they saw Yi Futian at their school. What was he doing here now after leaving with Minister Zhuo months ago? Someone asked. I don't know. His powers are really strong. He was even able to defeat the disciple of Minister Zhuo, but he still can't compare to our school's genius, Zhou Mu. I heard Zhou Mu has already gotten to the 6-starred glory plane. If Yi Futian and Zhou Mu met, then Yi Futian would be done for, someone remarked. Yi Futian ignored all these comments. He was going to get revenge on the two schools later. Right now, his priority was to go see Hua Jieyu. He continued on his way up, and what was weird was, he actually ran into Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu looked at Yi Futian coldly. Next to him, was another young man. Yi Futian, it seems like you've come to a place you have no business being in, said Zhou Mu in a cold demeanor. I'm here to see the Grandmaster. Yi Futian smiled in return. So, what? The school of the Emperor's Star is not a place that you can come and go as you please, Zhou Mu sneered. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Mu, he did not want to waste his breath with him. Yi Futian tried to walk past him, but the young man standing next to Zhou Mu shifted to the side to prevent Yi Futian from moving forward. The young man laughed, I've heard many good things about you, junior brother Yi Futian, but I never imagined you to be so rude. Yi Futian stared at him and was on his way again. His clothes blew in the wind, his aura domineering. The young man smiled weakly and the look in his eyes made a drastic change. The next moment, Yi Futian felt like he could not control his own spirit and was in pain. He stood in place and lifted his head. He stared at the young man next to Zhou Mu. Emperor's Star Disciple, Zhuo Qing. The young man introduced himself. Although junior brother Yi Futian's natural gifts are impressive, you should know that not everyone in Donghai Academy is like Jing Yang. I'm sure you've had a taste of junior brother Zhou Mu's powers at the Luo Palace. There are multiple students like Zhou Mu at the Emperor's Star School, so if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage. Zhuo Mu spoke with pride and he had the right to be. As a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, he was the most powerful person of the glory plane in the whole Emperor's Star School. Some people even call him the #1 sorcerer of Donghai Academy. His natural gifts were unbeatable. You're right, Yi Futian said with a smile. As he turned to leave, he spoke again, I hope the students of the School of the Emperor's Star are truly as powerful as you said. Yi Futian was in such a rush to get to the school because he was afraid Hua Jieyu was worried about him, but since he was stopped on the way, then he could only use a different way to let her know he was back. Chapter 74, When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Qingxian was still there. Didn't you go to see your girlfriend? Why are you back? Yi Qingxian asked with a smile. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. It was too shameful to say. Qingxian, how is Zhuo Qing's skill? He asked. You met Zhuo Qing. Yi Qingshuan's pretty eyes went blank. Seeing Yi Futian's gloominess, she guessed what happened. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He's personally taught by the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, Yi Qingxian answered. He's heavily valued and is already at the 9-star glory plane. He's known as #1 of Donghai Academy's Dharma. His main abilities? Yi Futian asked. He's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer with a strange life spirit. He has an eerie ability too. He can use the spirit element to control others. He's also good at the wood element and is extremely dangerous, Yi Qingxian said. A controlling mandate sorcerer. No wonder. Something flickered past Yi Futian's expression. According to Yi Qingxian, the other was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer specializing in attack and control. Wood elemental sorcery was also known for being strong in controlling. With these two together, he could totally take control of someone. There should be some powerful figures in the glory plane if the School of the Finance Star specializes in battle, right? Yi Futian asked. Yi Qingxian looked at him and said, there are naturally those with extraordinary talents. There is a 9-star glory plane mandate sorcerer specializing in both martial arts and sorcery, but it is still hard to defeat Zhuo Qing. There's a reason why he is number 1 of the Dharma rank. I understand, Qingxian. Help me spread news that, Yi Futian smiled and said, even if I lost last time at the Luo Palace, I've had a breakthrough in my planes. I will challenge Zhou Mu again tomorrow to continue the battle between my master, the Qin Devil, and the Art Saint. I hope the students of Donghai Academy will come witness it. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian was confused. She asked, didn't you say you didn't lose last time? Since they're saying I lost, then just play along. Yi Futian smiled confidently. Yi Qingxian seemed to understand something. She glanced at the boy. You're so mean. Zhou Mu's reputation would be destroyed if he was defeated yesterday. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. The other glanced at him. How's your injury? Can you still fight? He asked. Yu Sheng grinned. No problem. Yi Qingxian looked at them with sparkling eyes. She wondered what Yi Futian was planning. I'll go now, she said. Soon, the School of the Finance Star released news that Yi Futian would challenge Zhou Mu again tomorrow and invited everyone to watch. This time, Yi Futian said he would continue the past battle between the Qin Devil and Art Saint. It was clear that Yi Futian was extremely confident this time. The location was before the School of the Emperor's Star. Zhou Mu's plane was higher than Yi Futian and this time was to continue an old battle. The reputations of their masters were involved too. It was impossible for Zhou Mu to turn him down. Donghai Academy was bustling. The news naturally traveled to the School of the Emperor's Star. This time, everyone paid attention to the battle. Even the big figures were paying attention in the background. The next morning, sunlight fell onto Donghai Academy. The buildings were majestic under the glow. The School of the Emperor's Star seemed like the strongest of Donghai Academy and dominated the other 6 schools. With this background, it naturally seemed more imposing. Today, many people gathered before it early in the morning. They were waiting for news and anticipating something. Many years ago, 2 legendary figures appeared from the School of the Emperor's Star. They were the summoning artist, Art Saint, and Guqin musician, the Qin Devil. The 2 were rare geniuses who fell for the same woman. The Qin Devil won the girl's heart but had his natal spirit destroyed and was forced away from the city. Many years later, their disciples were both cultivating in Donghai Academy. The disciple of the Art Saint who had won was still studying in the School of the Emperor's Star and was cultivating with the headmaster. On the other hand, the Qin Devil's disciple was cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. As if this was destined, the Qin Devil's disciple challenged the Art Saint's disciple in his master's name. He seemed to want to reverse the past humiliation. However, Yi Futian had apparently already lost months ago at the Luo Palace. There was word that he had improved now, but Zhou Mu had improved as well. Where did Yi Futian's confidence come from? Finally, someone strolled down from the School of the Finance Star. These days, the Finance Star students had been targeted by the Emperor's Star and Treasury Star but could not fight back. Now, Yi Futian had returned and challenged Zhou Mu. The Finance Star students naturally had to come support him. They began waiting since the morning. When they saw Yi Futian come down, they went to him, creating a powerful group. Yi Futian walked in the front. He wore all white and carried a guqin. He was easy on the eyes. Tang Wan had been keeping an eye on this battle. Seeing Yi Futian come out like this, she was speechless. This guy. Challenges happened occasionally in the academy, but the attention on this duel between 2 Glory Plane disciples was unprecedented. Tang Wan was impressed. But if the Qin Devil knew about this, he would definitely want to come watch. The spectators followed the group and even passers-by joined in. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. The commotion was shocking. People who didn't know about it thought that it was a fight between all 7 schools. Finally, the giant group arrived at the school of the Emperor's Star. There was a similar crowd there waiting. Many of them looked at Yi Futian coldly. Someone said, "A few months ago, Zhou Mu defeated him. Today, Zhou Mu can defeat him a second time. Let's see how he'll handle it after making such a commotion." The other students were all discussing this. Did Zhou Mu have the advantage, or did Yi Futian have a better grasp on the battle? Yi Futian sat down before the school and placed his guqin before him. Soon, there was a graceful melody. Yi Futian was playing without regard to anyone else. In the pavilion, many big figures looked down coldly at the giant crowd. Yi Futian was just here to stir trouble. At this time, a group walked down from the school. Zhou Mu was one of them. His eyes were frigid. He approached Yi Futian step by step. The music stopped suddenly. Yi Futian looked up with clear and clean eyes at Zhou Mu. He smiled and said, "I am Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin Devil, 5-star glory plane." Yi Futian was fighting under the name of the Qin Devil's disciple. He had a guqin before him. The location was where the Qin Devil had once studied at. The significance went without saying. He was fighting for his professor. "Zhou Mu, disciple of the art saint, 6-star glory plane," Zhou Mu replied coldly. "Please," Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Lowering his head, he thrummed the instrument strings. Music notes sounded. The strings and hearts all trembled. Since this was a fight for his professor, he would use musical spells. "This piece is the decree of the general." As soon as he finished, notes streamed out of the instrument endlessly. At this moment, a beautiful image appeared in everyone's minds. They seemed to have been transported to a battlefield. The war drums shook the sky as the soldiers went to war. Spiritual qi grouped around Zhou Mu. He used his finger as a brush to paint in the air. An invisible sound wave descended. It hit Zhou Mu in the front and knocked his painting down. At the same time, the sound wave pierced into his brain. His mind shook. Yi Futian's music spells were able to affect him now. Compared to last time, Yi Futian's skills seemed to have increased greatly. Zhou Mu's expression grew more serious. The spiritual qi grew more terrifying. He reached out and began multitasking. Both hands painted at the same time. He created a sword with a single stroke. It whistled through the air toward Yi Futian. However, an invisible strength gathered around Yi Futian now. The music notes transformed into a beating war drum. It was powerful like thousands of galloping horses. The sword flew here and shattered. Zhou Mu endlessly created swords that flew crazily to where Yi Futian was sitting. However, as soon as they got close, they would turn to dust. The area had turned into a battlefield. Yi Futian was like the general commanding the entire army. As the music intensified, a shocking music note storm gathered around Yi Futian. They did not dissipate and had a terrifying power. Swords whistled and clanged. Endless swords flew toward Yi Futian. However, the people only heard the war drums shaking the earth. The ground quaked and shattered the swords. Such terrifying musical spells. "I don't know if Zhou Mu's demons will be able to resist it if Yi Futian keeps playing," someone said. The spectators could feel that Yi Futian's music notes were still gathering and strengthening. He seemed to be gathering a military with thousands of soldiers and horses. They would shatter everything with the general's decree. Finally, Zhou Mu finished. He had drawn a golden ape made completely out of gold. It ran toward Yi Futian. The earth shook with its steps. What a strong summoned beast. Yi Futian had given Zhou Mu time for him to wildly use his spiritual qi to draw. The spectators were nervous. The golden ape stepped into the storm around Yi Futian. There were giant booms. At that moment in the battlefield made of music notes, the war drums shattered everything. Thousands of horses galloped out. Everything in the path of the music storm turned to dust. The golden ape cracked endlessly but, just like last time, it still kept going toward Yi Futian. The ending, though, was different this time. Yi Futian kept playing. The endless power rolled past. With a boom, the golden ape's body was pulverized, turning into spiritual qi. Zhou Mu's expression changed drastically. His life spirit appeared behind him as he continued drawing. You really think you won last time? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. His fingers moved gracefully and he stood up. The moment he strummed the strings, the boundless music storm destroyed everything as if following the general's decree. It arrived before Zhou Mu, making it impossible for him to keep painting. Chapter 75, The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. Zhou Mu, who was in the midst of drawing, lifted his head to see the storm created by the music dawning upon him. His life spirit roared and a wave of spiritual energy was released, but it was no use. The storm descended and destroyed everything in its path. His drawing was completely absorbed into the eye of the storm, and the spiritual qi in the atmosphere was flowing wildly. Then, the storm washed over Zhou Mu, which caused him extreme pain. It was as if he was a lone soldier, fighting against thousands. He spat fresh blood as his whole being was thrown back and made a harsh landing on the ground. Everything happened extremely quickly. Yi Futian stood up as if he was confident that the battle was already over. Only then did people break free of their dazed state and look at Yi Futian. The handsome young man stood there, his clothes blowing in the wind. The quiet, elegant young man playing the Guqin just a moment ago was now unrestrained and ready to show his true potentials. The battle between the successors of the Guqin devil and the art saint had come to an end. All those years ago, the art saint disabled the Guqin devil's powers. Now, his disciple was crushed by the powers of the Guqin devil's disciple. This was not a battle between equals, as the people had previously expected. What's more, Yi Futian was at a lower level than Zhou Mu. To be able to do so, Yi Futian has surpassed so many limitations placed upon him. And also, what was the meaning behind his previous utterance? Among the rumors spread in Donghai Academy, there was one that claimed after acting extremely arrogant at the Luo Palace, the Guqin devil's disciple, Yi Futian, was defeated by the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu. This rumor was the hottest talk in town at one point. If Yi Futian had come out to try to explain at an earlier time, probably no one would have believed him, but after seeing the results of this battle, it was hard not to question its validity. This was just like the rumors regarding Hua Jieyu months ago. Zhou Mu's face was as pale as a ghost. After getting himself together, he stood up. He looked at Yi Futian with an icy glare before saying, "It's just one loss. This doesn't determine anything. You can't reject the results of the previous battle just because of the results of today's battle." Everyone was looking at Zhou Mu. It was evident that he did not want to admit defeat. How laughable, Yi Futian mocked him. After the rumors, you really thought that you were victorious over me at the Luo Palace? Did you know that an elder specializing in spiritual energy attacked me from the shadows just when I was about to finish you off? It was only because of this that you were not humiliated by me right then and there. The crowd became rowdy upon hearing Yi Futian's claim. An elder attacked Yi Futian at the Luo Palace and led to Zhou Mu's victory? That was a low blow. Rumors said that day the art saint, Lord Luo, and the vice-headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star were all present. If what Yi Futian said was true, then wouldn't that make these elders the three main suspects? If it were true, Yi Futian would have had no choice but to forfeit and leave. You're lying. Zhou Mu did not look too good after hearing what Yi Futian had to say. He refused to believe this. Preposterous. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. It was the very elder from that day at the Luo Palace. He was vice-headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor's Star School. Yi Futian, even though you were victorious today, you have slandered your elders with utter disrespect, said Han Mo. Yi Futian lifted his head toward Han Mo. This old geezer was finally revealing his true colors. Of course, I knew that it could not possibly have been you who attacked me, but just because you won't doesn't mean others won't. How can this be considered slander? Yi Futian said, holding back a smile. The bystanders' expressions all changed. There must have been a deeper meaning behind what Yi Futian said. Han Mo shot daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. Yi Futian returned a calm gaze. Yi Futian was very unhappy with the school of the Emperor's Star right now. He felt that this school was fake, hypocritical, overbearing, and cold. From allowing Mu Yunxian to spread fake rumors regarding Hua Jieyu, to not allowing Yi Futian to enter the Emperor's Star School. From siding with the art saint years ago in order to develop a beneficial alliance through marriage, leading to the demise of Hua Fenglu, to wanting to control all of Donghai Academy, which led to Yuxing being hurt. Although Yi Futian did not say anything, a burning rage started to grow in his heart. He was going to let it all go today. Now, he stood in front of the school of the Emperor's Star, challenged Zhou Mu, and played the decree of the general. All of this was to express his anger. Lord Luo and the art saint are both honorable seniors, and everyone there that day was of high social status. Would it even make sense for them to make a sneak attack on a junior like you? Asked Han Mo mockingly. There were many people present at the time, so I cannot pinpoint the exact identity of the culprit. However, it was possible for two 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators from the Treasury Star School to gang up on a 5-starred Glory Plane cultivator from the Finance Star School, so a sneak attack from respected elders is definitely possible, isn't it? This guy, stated a bystander. Everyone was looking at Yi Futian. By dragging the school of the Treasury Star into the conversation, Yi Futian was really trying to pick a fight. It was a student of your school who came to instigate the fight. Our students were simply giving him a well-deserved lesson. There's nothing strange about that, said Han Mo. You, on the other hand, have slandered your elders. If you do not give me a proper explanation, you won't be able to get off the hook that easily. Since when have my students needed to report anything to you? A voice came from within the crowd. Pushing through, Yi Xiang looked at Han Mo and said, Han Mo, you're the vice-headmaster of the Emperor's Star School, and you're here reprimanding a student from the school of the Finance Star. Now, that's impressive. The arrival of Han Mo and Yi Xiang frightened bystanders. It seemed that things had gotten out of hand. Headmaster Yi Xiang, did you not hear your student slandering his elders? Asked Han Mo. He did not seem to be afraid of Yi Xiang at all. Is this true? Yi Xiang asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, it would be easy to determine whether it is slander or not. During that fight between Zhou Mu and I was defeated by a conjured beast. Even though I was at a bit of a disadvantage, we can try again today. He looked at Zhou Mu. Although I have made quite a bit of improvement over the past couple of months, I'm still going to draw up some conjured beasts. I won't release my life spirit and will use pure martial arts tactics. If I can't defeat you with one stack, then you can consider my words slander. He's so crazy. Everyone was watching Yi Futian. He was going to give Zhou Mu to conjure the strongest beasts, only use martial arts tactics, and try to defeat Zhou Mu with one attack. Yi Futian was beyond crazy. If Zhou Mu lost despite all this, he wouldn't be able to show his face around Donghai Academy. Especially since Zhou Mu never denied the rumors of him defeating Yi Futian. People took his silence as agreement. Do you have any opinions about this? Yi Xiang asked Han Mo. Han Mo's expression was dark. Yi Futian has already elevated the situation to this level, he couldn't say much about it. Han Mo looked towards Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu's expression was even darker. Everything Yi Futian had said was an insult to him. Fine. Zhou Mu took a step forward until he was directly facing Yi Futian. He released his life spirit and began to draw. Yi Qingxian went up to collect Yi Futian's guqin. Yi Futian silently watched as Zhou Mu drew. Seeing how calm Yi Futian was, it was hard to imagine exactly where he got his confidence from. He was so confident that he was going to fight with just martial arts and was going to let Zhou Mu draw freely. Spiritual qi gathered at the tip of Zhou Mu's pen. Right now, he looked so serious as he focused all his attention on his work. Gradually, it became clear to the people that Zhou Mu was drawing an extremely lifelike golden dragon. It looked like it was about to fly into the skies at any moment. The giant golden dragon contained a frightening amount of spiritual qi. Zhou Mu even drew out the detailed scales of the dragon. It was so lifelike and seemed to be so powerful. Onlookers began to worry for Yi Futian. Was he really going to be able to withstand Zhou Mu's attacks by using only martial arts? Zhou Mu ignored everything around him and focused on his drawing. He perfected every little detail. As the disciple of the art saint, his natural gift was not a question. It was only because his opponent was Yi Futian that he seemed weak. Finally, Zhou Mu added his last stroke. An enormous golden dragon revolved around his body. The light from Zhou Mu's life spirit doubled as a force field around the dragon. This made the dragon look even more menacing. It stared at Yi Futian. So powerful. Everyone was looking at the dragon and just one look was enough to give them a fright. Yi Futian looked calm as ever and reached out his hand. A golden orb of spiritual qi gathered in the palm of his hand. Slowly, the spiritual qi formed into a large golden rod. This was not considered sorcery, it was forming weapons from spiritual qi and belonged to the martial arts category. As soon as Yi Futian gripped the rod, a force of powerful rushed from his body. His intent of battle was shocking. An invisible force of power gathered in his body, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere around Yi Futian was now a little different. He was insufferably arrogant like a young war god. Zhou Mu made his move. He took steps forward and as if a part of his body, the giant golden dragon moved with him. A loud roar from Zhou Mu, and the mystical dragon was sent charging at Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian also stepped forward. The ground vibrated under his feet. A frightening force gathered in his body. Die! Yelled Zhou Mu in rage. The dragon was headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved the golden rod in his hand around. The spiritual energy became one with nature and was aimed for the golden dragon. The first attack of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. The golden rod smashed down on the head of the golden dragon. Functioning like the sharpest weapon on earth, the rod cut the body of the dragon in half. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the people in the audience. The young war god was powerful as always and was going to destroy everything in his path. Even if it were a real dragon, he was going to split it in half. Boom! The giant dragon exploded and the golden rod disappeared along with it. However, Yi Futian's hand was now wrapped around Zhou Mu's neck, lifting him off the ground. At this moment, Zhou Mu had a helpless expression on his face. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly and looked Zhou Mu in the eyes. How did you defeat me last time? Zhou Mu did not reply, because he couldn't reply. Yi Futian turned to face Han Mo peacefully, he said, this is the extent of the Emperor Star School's genius. From this day on, there will be no more battles of the Qin Devil and the Art Saint's successor because he, Zhou Mu, is not worthy. Finishing what he had to say, Yi Futian swung his arms and tossed Zhou Mu in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. Chapter 76, everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the school of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the art saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the school of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the art saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. The results could not be described using winner and loser. They were not even at the same level with Zhou Mu at a higher plane. Any battles in the future would be meaningless. Of course, this did not mean that Zhou Mu was not powerful. Yi Futian was just abnormal. At the top of the pavilion, a beautiful figure stood quietly. There was a smile in her eyes and it was breathtaking. If her father saw this, he must be very proud. However, the others' expressions were uncomfortable and even somber. Yi Futian had said that the school of the Emperor's Star's prodigy was nothing much. The prodigy that cultivated with the headmaster of the school had been squashed. Yi Futian looked up to Han Mo and said, "Senior, you witnessed the battle at the Luo Palace. Do you still think Zhou Mu has the ability to defeat me?" Han Mo looked at Yi Futian. There was a cold glint in his sharp eyes. This guy doesn't leave any dignity for others, the spectators thought. He had used his powerful talent to prove that someone had attacked him secretly at the Luo Palace. Han Mo, who had accused Yi Futian of slander, now looked awkward. Some people were even wondering if this event had something to do with Han Mo. "Perhaps you had purposely hidden your true ability that day," someone said in the group of Emperor's Star students. It was Zhuo Qing, the one Yi Futian had met yesterday. He had stopped Yi Futian from going to find Hua Jieyu at the school, thus resulting in this battle. "Yes, perhaps I was too lowly and purposely hid my true ability and then spread rumors that I am not as good as Zhou Mu so I could slander him," Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone became speechless. This guy was good at sarcasm. "Junior Yi, you are acting so arrogantly before the school of the Emperor's Star and even insulted my school. What do you want?" Zhuo Qing glared at Yi Futian with burning eyes. Looking at him, Yi Futian smiled brightly. He said, "According to the news, disciples of the Emperor's Star and Treasury Star are constantly challenging the disciples of the School of the Finance Star recently. As a member of Finance Star, Yi Futian wished to see how impressive the talents of the other two schools are." With that, the area fell silent. Yi Futian did not come today only to defeat Zhou Mu. After clearing the Qin Devil's reputation, he declared that he wanted to challenge the two strongest schools of Donghai Academy. He would block the door and challenge them. First, Yu Xing had blocked the gate of the School of the Treasury Star. Now, Yi Futian would make camp outside the Emperor's Star. He was mad. Han Mo's expression darkened and he sneered. He could not believe someone would do this to the Emperor's Star. He asked coldly, "How would you like to challenge us?" "Yu Sheng." Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng was prepared. He strode out and was beside Yi Futian quickly. When the two stood side by side, the others of Donghai Academy finally realized just how outstanding these two youths were. They had just entered this year and made a name for themselves through battles. "I heard that a few days ago, 2 8-star glory planes from the School of the Treasury Star had teamed up to defeat my brother." "So powerful, huh? Is there no one good enough to come out from the Treasury Star?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He dragged the Treasury Star in. He needed to take revenge for Yu Sheng. Since he wanted to challenge us, he should have been prepared. "Is he a sore loser?" A powerful student from Treasury Star replied coldly after hearing the question. Yi Futian glanced at the other and smirked. "If that's the case, I'd like to witness the power of the 8-star glory plane prodigies. We are 5-star glory planes. I'm sure the Treasury Star won't reject our request, right?" Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were both at the 5-star glory plane. Those who had defeated Yu Sheng were at the 8-star glory plane. They had no excuse to reject Yi Futian. Two figures walked out of the Treasury Star crowd. They had just come to watch and did not expect to be involved by Yu Futian. Since this was the case, they could only humor Yi Futian. Ling Qiufeng from the Treasury Star. Jiang Kun from the Treasure Star. The two stood quietly and calmly. They were both at the 8-star glory plane. Ling Qiufeng was also a mandate sorcery and extremely powerful. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were powerful, but they were at a much lower plane. The two from the Treasury Star were confident that if they worked together, they would definitely win. I hope you will be satisfied with the loss this time. Ling Qiufeng smiled as if mocking Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, Ling Qiufeng stood behind Jiang Kun. A terrible wind appeared on him. Not only did it descend onto his body, it also fell onto Jiang Kun. Then Ling Qiufeng shot into the sky. Jiang Kun was still on the ground, shrouded in wind. Seeing this, Yi Futian realized that Yu Sheng's defeat was understandable. Yu Sheng had not entered the Dharma rank yet and could not fly. Yu Sheng, I'll support while you take revenge yourself, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded and stood before Yi Futian. Strong wind spirit gathered around Yu Sheng, wrapping around him. A dark gold armor appeared, covering his entire body. This was the strength of his element. The wind element was Yi Futian's. Aggressive power burst from Yu Sheng. He stepped forward to Jiang Kun over the shaking ground. Yi Futian followed closely. Beautiful golden wings appeared. Wish, wish. The scary windstorm transformed into circular blades. They sliced down from Ling Qiufeng, whistling through the air. Boom! Yu Sheng's footsteps thudded on the ground. He was filled with endless power. He punched and a gold fist broke through the air, shattering the flying circular blades. At the same time, a terrifying thunderstorm burst from Jiang Kun at the front. The shadow of a thunderbolt appeared on his body. It transformed into a humanoid shape. The brewing thunderbolt was full of pressure. Feeling the pressure of the spell, Yi Futian contacted with the metal element spirit, adding another layer of armor on Yu Sheng. The next moment, the thunderbolt's shadow descended. It fell onto Yu Sheng with destructive power. The thunder spell was able to slice someone apart with the thunderbolt's power. When the spell descended, Yu Sheng's armor was torn apart. Then it attacked Yu Sheng's dark gold body. Electricity ran through his body. His powerful muscles trembled, but his steps did not falter. In the air, Ling Qiufeng scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Kun was wrapped in the wind spell and flew up too. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian called. The two worked together with tacit agreement. Yu Sheng jumped and sprang into the air. The powerful momentum was paired with Yi Futian's wind spell, helping him rush toward Jiang Kun like the wind. What a joke! Ling Qiufeng looked disdainful. With his supportive control, Yu Sheng would be unable to touch Jiang Kun. Even if he was extremely strong, he would not be able to use his skills. Yi Futian was spiraling up as his wings flapped. At this moment, the wings began glowing green and flapped crazily in the air. With a sound like a waterfall, Jiang Kun suddenly stopped in the air. He was stunned. Looking down, he saw vines on his body. Starting at his legs, they wrapped around him. It's the wood element. The spectators below were shaken. Since when was Yi Futian good at this? Ling Qiufeng's expression changed as well. This sudden change had interrupted his rhythm. He wanted to react but saw that Yu Sheng had already arrived and sent a fist at Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun was not a wind elemental sorcerer and was not good at flying. He needed Ling Qiufeng's control. How could he dodge this blow? There was a thud and one could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. Yu Sheng was so strong that Jiang Kun spat out blood. Yi Futian used the vines to drag Jiang Kun back. He dropped to the ground and flung the vines. Jiang Kun smashed onto the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. He shook uncontrollably. The people of Treasury Star looked at this with dark faces. They were so embarrassed. So violent, many people thought. Yi Futian was helping Yu Sheng vent his anger. The two 8-star glory planes had worked together to beat Yusheng. Yi Futian was obviously pissed. Ling Qiufeng was stunned by this scene. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yusheng on the ground, his eyes turning frigid. He had never expected that Yi Futian would be a wood elemental sorcerer who specialized in control. An 8-star glory plane talent of the school of the Treasury Star. Yi Futian mocked. Then he tossed Jiang Kun into the direction of his school's crowd without looking. Instead, he looked up into the air and said coldly, "There's another one." Boom! Chaotic power burst from Ling Qiufeng's body. A shadow appeared behind him. It was an extremely burly demon lion. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from stone. This was Ling Qiufeng's life spirit, the stone lion. It contained Ling Qiufeng's strong earth elemental talent. It also provided him with terrible strength. Therefore, he also cultivated with martial arts. Other than that, he also had the wind elemental talent. Thus, Ling Qiufeng was a wind and earth bi-elemental mandate sorcerer and martial artist. You will pay for this. Ling Qiufeng looked down at the two. The earth element spirit gathered around him, covering his body with stone armor. A stone spear appeared in his hands. He's a lot stronger than Jiang Kun, Yusheng said quietly. The ending will be the same, Yi Futian uttered. The rock life spirit appeared behind him. The golden feathers had become so brilliant. Chapter 77, Even the Score. Chapter 77, Even the Score. Ling Qiufeng glared at the arrogant Yi Futian. Then, wind and earth bi-elemental spiritual qi gathered in front of him. A row of stone-tipped spears appeared, encapsulating the power of the wind. Attack! Ling Qiufeng commanded the spears. In a split second, the sorceries of wind and earth joined together within the spears and charged towards Yi Futian and Yusheng. Yusheng stood in front of Yi Futian, radiating a dim golden light. With a loud roar, Yusheng threw out his fists, and in the blink of an eye, the spears were destroyed. Go, said Yi Futian from behind. The sorcery of wind descended upon Yusheng and he raced forward. With a single step on the solid ground, his body was launched into the air at the speed of light. In the same moment, because of the aid from Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yusheng was able to ascend even higher into the sky and charged at Ling Qiufeng with full force. The shadows of 1,000 fists approached Ling Qiufeng, ready to destroy everything in its way. This power! Everyone was speechless. A person's gift was truly dependent on fate. If Yusheng specialized in wind sorcery, he would never have lost against his two opponents the last time. Yi Xiang was very pleased to see Yusheng attack with the battle tactics he had learned. Yusheng seemed to be innately suitable for cultivation in all sorts of explosive tactics. Protection of rock, said Ling Qiufeng. A large boulder appeared in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defense spell. However, after a loud explosion, the boulder was in pieces and Yusheng appeared in the air above him. However, Ling Qiufeng did not retreat. Even though Yusheng was like a monster, Ling Qiufeng was still of a higher level than him. Plus, Ling Qiufeng's life spirit was able to give him immense power. The image of a large stone lion overlapped on top of Ling Qiufeng's figure. The spear in his hand shot towards Yusheng. Around the tip of the spear, collected both wind and earth spiritual qi. The shadows of the 1,000 fists turned into stone and dissipated into ashes upon meeting with the tip of the spear. Yusheng descended with the force of a war god. His body emanated a forceful aura, golden thorns appeared on his arms and his fist was thrown out to meet the spear. However, before the two could even meet, Yusheng's arms froze. Then, the stone that had just formed on his arms were absorbed by the golden thorns. His body had turned into a sort of fearsome black hole. Finally, as everyone watched in shock, Yusheng's fist finally met with the stone-tipped spear. His fist was seemingly even more powerful and stronger than the weapon. Boom! After the loud commotion, Yu Sheng, who was previously protected by the shadows of 1,000 fists, was now defenseless and bleeding. Though, Ling Qiufeng's spear was now destroyed as well. Both of the young men fell back in mid-air. Yu Sheng's arms shook. Ling Qiufeng was not doing too well either. The force of the 1,000 fists transmitted through the spear onto his arms, which were now numb. Just then, Ling Qiufeng felt something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of gold. The audience on the ground watched, wide-eyed. They saw a figure appear behind Ling Qiufeng. Vines appeared, blocking off Ling Qiufeng's exit. Then they began to wrap around his body rapidly. Wood sorcery, the lock of 1,000 vines. How could a 5-starred glory plane cultivator create such a fearsome effect? Onlookers watched as the vines appeared endlessly like frightening tentacles. Ling Qiufeng was then swept up in hurricane winds and brought higher into the sky. The powerful wind sorcery cut straight through the vines like a sharp blade. A sharp sound was emitted, and the jade-green vines now shone with a dim golden light. This made the vines stronger than before, but it was still no match for Ling Qiufeng's wind sorcery. Many of the vines were cut through with ease. However, the relentless vines were endless and continued to creep up Ling Qiufeng's body, wrapping him up tightly. Again, with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yu Sheng was carried up to where Ling Qiufeng was. Ling Qiufeng's expression changed and let out a scream. He struggled to get out of the vines. Yu Sheng threw his fist at Ling Qiufeng. The sloppy defense Ling Qiufeng put up was broken easily, and the punch landed on his chest. The vines disappeared. Yu Sheng now had Ling Qiufeng in his grasp. The two of them began to descend from the skies. Yu Sheng ruthlessly threw Ling Qiufeng into the ground. Another loud noise erupted, and the surface of the ground split open. Ling Qiufeng laid there, twitching, becoming one with the dirt on the ground. Yi Futian landed on the ground softly and stared at Ling Qiufeng coldly. To him, Yi Futian asked, "Does it feel good fighting 2-on-1? Last time at the School of the Treasury Star, Yu Sheng was defeated by Ling Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. Just now, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng joined hands to hand Ling Qiufeng a brutal defeat. Of course, Jiang Kuan had already been defeated prior to this. 2 5-starred glory plane cultivators challenged 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the School of the Treasury Star and came out victorious. 2 monsters, the people commented about Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. They shook in their shoes. The strength Yu Sheng possessed was inhuman. A lot of people had disagreed and others claimed Yu Sheng may be the most gifted martial arts student in all of Donghai Academy. But after the previous battle at the Treasury Star School and today's battle, there would not be a single person who could deny this fact any longer. Who else would possess such explosive powers? It was not a question as to why Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star, who specialized in combat, chose Yu Sheng to be his discipline. Yi Futian was equally as monstrous. A bi-elemental mandate sorcerer of metal and wind with a rock spirit. He was also a musical sorcerer. Furthermore, he had just revealed his gifts in the wood element and also cultivated in martial arts. He was simply good at everything. Some people thought, could it be possible that Yi Futian is hiding his gifts in other elements as well? It was possible that the only person who was able to beat him in terms of elemental gifts was the girl genius from the School of the Emperor's Star, Hua Jieyu. However, she would most likely be unwilling to make a move. Other than the time she was trying to get into the academy, she had not used her powers. Hua Jieyu also rarely stepped out of the Emperor's Star School. The last time she came out onto the main campus was when she personally spoke up regarding the rumors about her and Mu Yunxian. The School of the Treasury Star really lost all face this time, thought everyone in the crowd. They watched as Yu Sheng picked up Ling Qiufeng and threw him in the direction of the Treasury Star School. It was a direct, domineering, and slightly insulting action. It was obvious that Yu Sheng was unhappy with what had happened during their previous battle. His opponents were able to soar through the skies, while he was stuck on the ground, not even able to make contact with them. He was finally able to get payback today. This is the capability of 8-starred glory plane cultivators in the School of the Treasury Star. Stop making fools of yourselves at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian said calmly. The expressions on the faces of students of the Treasury Star turned more and more sour. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's words. He came today with revenge on his mind and was not going easy on them, whether it be the students of the Treasury Star School or the Emperor Star School. First, Yi Futian defeated Zhou Mu. Then, he assisted Yu Sheng in defeating Ling Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. What was he going to do next? At this moment, everyone saw Yi Futian walk to the side. He looked towards the School of the Emperor Star and said with a smile, I came here yesterday seeking my girlfriend, but senior brother Zhuo Qing did not allow me to enter. He told me the Emperor Star School was full of genius cultivators and that I was no match for Zhou Mu. It was because of this that I came today. Sadly, I am disappointed by Zhou Mu abilities. Now that I have proved myself to be more capable than Zhou Mu, I am curious about the abilities of these other geniuses. Both Yu Sheng and myself are 5-starred glory plane students of the Finance Star School. Would any students of the self-proclaimed top school at Donghai Academy, the School of the Emperor Star, be willing to challenge us? If any students of the same plane are willing, you may choose to challenge either one of us. The students of the Emperor Star School did not know what to do. Same level cultivators to fight against these two freaks. It was possible that Hua Jieyu could give it a try, but her schoolmates knew things that everyone else did not. So, they knew that she would never battle Yi Futian. The onlooking crowd was speechless. They all shared a thought about how shameless Yi Futian was. 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators had already lost to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Now, he was asking students of the same plane to challenge them. Wouldn't that be digging their own grave? However, there was nothing that the students of the School of the Emperor Star could complain about. They were the ones who bragged about housing many genius cultivators and claimed to be the top school of Donghai Academy. Asking to challenge students of the same plane should not be considered too out of line. Also, Yi Futian's girlfriend was in the Emperor Star School. What was going on? If that's not possible, I'll also accept 6-starred glory plane cultivators, Yi Futian said with a smile when he noticed that no one was willing to answer him. Han Mo's expression darkened. 6-starred glory plane cultivator. Zhou Mu already tried. Defeated with 1 rod. Then what about 7-starred? Yi Futian continued, yesterday, senior brother Zhuo Qing said that the Emperor Star School was packed full with geniuses. What's going on today? Everyone turned their attention towards Zhuo Qing, only to see the normally gentlemanly Zhuo Qing with a dark face. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yi, since you're trying to provoke my fellow schoolmates into a challenge, what's the need to bring up planes? So, what senior brother Zhua is trying to say is that I should ignore planes and fight against students 4, 5 planes above me. Maybe even those in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian laughed. Is this what the students of your school have been doing to my fellow schoolmates these past days? Why don't you try to challenge Dharma plane students in my school, senior brother? Zhuo Qing had nothing to say once again. The students of the Emperor Star School all stared coldly at Yi Futian. They were getting anxious under his questioning. If nobody has the guts to come out and challenge us, then I hope that the students of the Emperor Star School will stop being so brazen, coming to pick on the weaker students of my school, warned Yi Futian when he saw that nobody was going to speak up. Only when he said this, onlookers realized his true intentions, to stop the School of the Emperor Star from attacking the students of the Finance Star School. I know that junior brother Yi possesses extraordinary gifts, and has once said that I would like to see them for myself. So, I am willing to be thick-skinned and step out to challenge you as an 8-starred glory plane cultivator, but if you are here simply to give empty threats, then please leave, said a figure as it stepped out. A handsome young man, one of the geniuses, in the Emperor Star School, walked towards Yi Futian and introduced himself, student of the School of the Emperor Star, Mu Yunxian. 8-starred glory plane. As soon as he heard this name, Yu Sheng took a large step forward. His body radiated a powerful force. Yu Sheng, called Yi Futian. Yu Sheng halted. Let me, said Yi Futian. Yu Sheng nodded and retreated. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunxian. A sarcastic smile spread across his face and he continued, you're not just thick-skinned. I feel ashamed simply attending the same academy as you. You. Mu Yunxian broke his facade immediately. His expression darkened. Yi Futian stood quietly and a powerful aura emanated from him. His clothes moved without wind. Since you have the guts to step up, then I'll also settle the incident of you spreading rumors about my girlfriend. Let's even the score today, said Yi Futian calmly. After he spoke, there was silence. Chapter 78, Face It Holding Hands. Chapter 78, Face It Holding Hands. Mu Yunxian had hurt Yi Futian's girlfriend while spreading rumors. Earlier, Yi Futian had also said that his girlfriend was from the school of the Emperor Star. Thinking of the rumors that had spread around Donghai Academy earlier, everyone stared at Yi Futian. Months ago, that fairy-like figure had walked down from the school of the Emperor Star and announced to the entire academy that there was nothing between her and Mu Yunxian. She had said that Mu Yunxian could not even be compared to the one she liked. They had thought about whether someone that talented really existed in the academy. Today, Yi Futian had blocked the gate and challenged the school of the Emperor Star. He was so mad. With what he just said to Mu Yunxian, it was easy to link the two events. Everyone's hearts trembled. They slowly looked over toward the school of the Emperor Star. Behind all the students, they saw a beautiful figure standing quietly at the high point. She stood alone, and it seemed that wherever she was, everything else would lose color. Now, the beautiful figure moved. She slowly walked down. The other students quickly moved aside and watched her. There was some yearning in their hearts, but they knew it would be an impossible dream. Hua Jieyu walked down the steps and entered the battlefield. She walked past Mu Yunxian. The boy looked to the side at the scene. There was lust deep in his eyes. Every time he saw this beauty, his heart would be shaken, but he did not exist in her eyes. She had even embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. Hua Jieyu stood before Yi Futian. Her eyes gazed at him without blinking. Jieyu, fight with him, Han Emo said behind them. His expression was so dark and gloomy. However, Hua Jieyu completely ignored him. She kept staring at the youth's figure, thinking how impulsive he was. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian stared back at Hua Jieyu and shrugged. Why do you think? Hua Jieyu said sharply. She sounded angry but was also whining. Though she was glaring at Yi Futian, there were rich emotions inside her beautiful eyes. Many people felt their hearts breaking. There had been rumors before, but they were only rumors. Now, they personally witnessed the fairy of Donghai Academy talk and look at Yi Futian like a little girl. It was a peculiar feeling. With just one sentence and one glance, they experienced the feeling of dating. Many felt moved, but sadly, the voice and eyes were for Yi Futian, not them. Didn't I say that I'll announce it to Donghai Academy? Yi Futian said with a smile. You're so pretty and everyone keeps thinking about you. It pisses me off. Today's the best chance to tell them that you're mine and they can just be jealous. Many faces became long at this. Hearing Yi Futian's words, they suddenly wanted to beat him up. This bastard was doing it on purpose. Hua Jieyu was the girl of their dreams. Idiot, Hua Jieyu reprimanded, still glaring. After that, she continued forward. When she was beside Yi Futian, she reached out gently. Then, under everyone's eyes, she grabbed Yi Futian's hand to announce their relationship publicly. Hua Jieyu turned to the side and tilted her head up to look at Yi Futian. A smile bloomed on her face. It was so intoxicatingly beautiful. Are you satisfied now? Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Since Yi Futian chose not to keep it a secret, she was willing to face it with him. No matter what would happen in the future, they would face it together, hand in hand, just like now. Minister Zhua had said that she had the fate of an empress. She did not believe in fate. Even if she had this fate, she would change it, she believed. Seeing the smile on the girl's face and those gentle words, Yi Futian's smile was also warm. The most beautiful promise was no better than that. The most beautiful girl was no better than the fox's smile. So what if he had seen a girl even more beautiful at Mount Tianyao? His godfather had said that his woman would be the empress of the world. If that really happened, his fox's temperament was enough to rule and impress the world. Yes, very satisfied. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This feeling was amazing. Hey, are you guys done? Someone finally called out, feeling tortured by the public display of affection. I feel like I just got dumped. My heart hurts, someone muttered, a hand to his chest. PSH in the finance star crowd, Yi Qingxian, who was standing beside Yu Sheng, laughed out loud. Yi Futian was seriously going full out with his affection. However, it was beautiful. Yi Qingxian knew that even though they were smiling and holding hands, there was a heavy burden on this relationship. But despite it, they would face it together. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian also reached out and touched the arm beside her. Yu Sheng glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingxian looked up him with her pretty eyes. Yu Sheng scratched his head. He did not understand the girl, making her so angry she stomped on Yu Sheng's feet. The boy blinked and looked away. Just as Yi Qingxian fumed, a big muscular hand wrapped around her small hand. In an instant, her heart seemed to melt and she smiled like a flower. It seemed that this guy was not so insensitive. He had learned a lot from Yi Futian. In the direction of the school of the Emperor Star, a beautiful figure was watching the two holding hands with smiling eyes. It was Xu Yuyan. She was the one who understood Hua Jieyu the most in the school. Only she knew how much Hua Jieyu really cared about the boy. Jieyu had overlooked all the talents in the school of the Emperor Star and become nervous because of the boy's every action. She was practically a fairy but would become an ignorant little girl once Yi Futian was mentioned. However, the others were not so happy. Yi Futian had become to disgrace them. He had defeated Zhou Mu and humiliated the school. Now, he had snatched away their goddess, the top beauty of Donghai Academy. Their hatred toward Yi Futian was obvious. "Bitch," a dissonant voice rang out. Mu Yunxuan's face had darkened to the extreme. He looked menacing. His love for Hua Jieyu was no secret because he had not rejected it when Han Mo wanted to use him for the rumors. The relationships between people were strange. When enough people spread the rumors, the other would take notice. Maybe it would become true. However, he never expected that Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian would have been dating already and be so in love. Hua Jieyu had felt disgusted from the rumors, thus leading to everything else. When the goddess he adored publicly humiliated him, telling him to scram, he had endured it. But now, seeing Hua Jieyu act affectionately to Yi Futian with his own eyes, he finally could not take it anymore. Evil thoughts burst within him and he uttered a word he should not have. Even if Yi Futian had come to mess with the school of the Emperor Star, it was a just fight. However, when Mu Yunxian, star of the school, said that word to Hua Jieyu, the starlet, it was grating to the ear. Many cold stares turned toward Mu Yunxian. They were filled with hatred. Though they were envious of Yi Futian, they could feel the true love between the two as they stood together, so the people still felt happy for them deep down. However, Mu Yunxuan's curse had revealed his personality. Just as Yi Futian had said, cultivating with someone like Mu Yunxian was a disgrace. Hua Jieyu's expression changed. No woman could take being insulted with that word, let alone someone like Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's heart twinged and felt a chill. However, he repressed his anger and said gently, "Leave it to me." "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped back. When Yi Futian glanced at Mu Yunxian, his eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness and murderous intent. Yi Futian, disciple of the school of the finance star, 5-star glory plane, now challenges Mu Yunxian. Life and death, will you accept the challenge? Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had challenged him to a fight of life and death. Crazy, everyone thought. However, if they had a lover like Hua Jieyu, they would not allow anyone to insult her either. No wonder Yi Futian was furious. Mu Yunxian clenched his fists with a sneer. Yi Futian, a 5-star glory plane, dared to start a life and death challenge with him? Earlier, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had worked together to defeat 2 8-star glory plane students. In his opinion, Yi Futian was the reinforcement while Yu Sheng was the most powerful. If a 5-star was willing to fight, what could an 8-star glory plane like Mu Yunxian fear? Prepare to die. Mu Yunxuan's expression was so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of violent wind gathered around him. Then his eyes turned gold, they were extremely sharp. Yi Futian cast his life spirit. The golden rock appeared and it was beautiful. At the same time, there was a terrifying spiritual qi windstorm. It transformed into a golden cane in his hand. Seeing it, many people shivered with fear. It was the one that had defeated Zhou Mu with a pure martial arts attack. Now, Yi Futian was going to fight for life or death. He would obviously fight at a different level from before. His wings flapped powerfully and he instantly shot to the sky. The spiritual qi of wind was on him, transforming into a spell. He could fly with the golden rock alone, but now, he added the wind spell to it. His speed was terrifying. Chapter 79, Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment, he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Yi Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps, if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the 3-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the School of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment, he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Yi Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps, if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the 3-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the School of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Mu Yunxuan's golden pupils narrowed on Yi Futian. Then, his life spirit was released. A golden demon cat appeared. Its eyes were even more demon-like than those of Mu Yunxian. Those eyes had the ability to make people feel uncomfortable when looked at. A golden storm gathered in front of Mu Yunxian and formed sharp golden swords, long and thin. As the swords circled Mu Yunxian, a low whistling of the wind was heard. This was no ordinary metal elemental sorcery, but an extreme control of the metal spiritual qi. Mu Yunxian was mainly a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. His spiritual energy had a much stronger control over metal spiritual qi than most people. Even a common 9-starred metal sorcerer would not be able to control metal spiritual qi like Mu Yunxian could. With this extraordinary ability, Mu Yunxian did not even need to cultivate in martial arts. His powers in the element of metal were sufficient enough to attack and defend. Mu Yunxian is definitely more powerful than Leng Qiufeng. Will Yi Futian really be able to withstand this battle? Asked someone in the crowd. Witnessing the release of Mu Yunxuan's powers had many people lose the confidence they previously had on Yi Futian. The golden storm surrounding Mu Yunxian was too frightful. The sharp swords revolved around him, controlled as if they were toys. Han Emo stood quietly in the school of the Emperor Star and observed. Obviously, he could see just how gifted Yi Futian was, but the young man now stood against the school, so they must get rid of him. Since Yi Futian personally proposed a life-or-death battle, it saved the school a lot of trouble. Since you're asking for it, I'll let you die, Mu Yunxian said with a cold demeanor. Just as he finished his sentence, the swords around him whistled through the wind and shot towards Yi Futian. In perfect unison, these swords were much more powerful than those drawn by Zhou Mu. After all, there was a huge difference in regards to the planes Zhou Mu and Mu Yunxian were in. The golden rod danced in Yi Futian's hand. He tried to take a step forward when a large force erupted, and the wings appeared on his back. Just like a flash of lightning, Yi Futian shot up into the sky. Mu Yunxian humphed and directed his attention up above. The swords immediately altered their route to continue in their attack on Yi Futian. Even though Mu Yunxian did not specialize in the element of wind, he was not afraid to face a sorcerer who could fly. Yi Futian moved at an incredibly fast speed. His every movement was graceful like a real rock. He zipped through the clouds in the sky, but the swords followed relentlessly. At this moment, the force building up in Yi Futian's body was growing stronger. An equally strong force from the golden storm chased after him. The golden rod he held grew thicker. Until when do you plan to keep running away from me? Mu Yunxian asked coldly. Immediately after he spoke, Yi Futian appeared in the air right above him. Yi Futian was no longer dodging the attacks. He held the enormous golden rod and struck downward. Just then, the atmosphere around and even the world seemed to be shaken up. Onlookers almost could not see Yi Futian's figure. To them, there was only the shadow of a rod coming down from the heavens to wipe out everything below. The ferocious swords were no more, turned into ashes by the rod. Mu Yunxian lifted his head and saw Yi Futian coming for him. After this quick glance, the demon cat behind him had a fierce look in its eye. The crazed golden storm recollected into a giant sword. With a scary glint in his eyes, Mu Yunxian screamed, "Kill him!" The giant golden sword shot upward into the sky. Boom! The rod and the sword collided. The golden sword had been destroyed. A powerful force pushed Mu Yunxian back, but he managed to stop Yi Futian's attack. It halted in midair. The force was still there. Yi Futian's golden wings flapped and he flew in the skies. Suddenly, the force within began to build up once again, exceeding the prior. Mu Yunxian sensed what was happening, and the look on his face changed. He put out both of his hands. The golden storm started once more and formed a pattern, shielding him. At the same time, strains of golden silk sliced through the air, attacking Yi Futian. This spell was protecting and attacking all at once. Yi Futian remained emotionless. He soared through the air and then formed into lightning, hitting down on Mu Yunxian again. Mu Yunxuan's spell, winding of 1,000 silk strains, advanced towards Yi Futian, but a golden light barricaded him, not leaving space for anything to get past. Finally, Yi Futian descended upon Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian attacked with the second attack of the 9 heavenly, ready to destroy everything in his way. Boom! Mu Yunxuan's golden pattern exploded and a powerful force forced him to slide backward on his own 2 feet. Right now, the expression on everyone's face has changed. They were utterly shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? It was so domineering, wiping out everything in its way. It was as if one attack could kill any enemy you pleased, not leaving any survivors. Yi Futian was truly a young war god at this moment. Not only did his powers not diminish after 2 attacks from Mu Yunxian, but he got even stronger. Upon sensing the crazed energy gathering within Yi Futian, everyone from the school of the Emperor's Star had a change in expression. Even Vice Headmaster Han Mo did not look too well. Yi Futian's second attack with the rod was obviously stronger than the first. If there was another even stronger attack, there was no way Mu Yunxian would be able to withstand it. A prepared Yi Futian advanced. He unleashed his power, which caused Mu Yunxian to blanch. With a loud scream, Ma Yunxian used metal spiritual qi in a spell which summoned a large ancient bell to encapsulate himself. He had given up on attacking and focused solely on his defense. Yi Futian charged ahead at full speed and delivered his third blow. Without any hesitation, the golden rod struck the ancient bell. The bell rang and then cracked. What followed were the blood-curdling screams of Mu Yunxian. After the rod broke through the bell, it landed on Mu Yunxian, throwing him onto the ground. His body slid across the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth. In an instant, the color in his face was gone. It was obviously, Mu Yunxian could no longer battle. The people did not know what to say. Their hearts pounded in their chest. Yi Futian was too violent. Looking at his figure, Yi Futian looked majestic and furious. The aura around him made it clear that anyone who tried to stop would only have one result, death. He's so powerful. Many people were excited by this scene. Yi Futian was a great example of how a true man should act. Just then, many people remembered Hua Jieyu's words. She had said that Mu Yunxian was not worthy of being compared to the person she liked. A lot of people doubted her words. Was there really someone like that at Donghai Academy? Maybe she was simply blinded by love. However, when the person she liked faced Mu Yunxian in battle and destroyed him despite being 3 planes lower, everyone finally understood that Hua Jieyu had not been exaggerating. Whether it be giftedness or actual ability, Mu Yunxian was truly unworthy of being compared to Yi Futian. Perhaps only a person like Yi Futian was suited to stand beside the goddess Hua Jieyu. As Yi Futian approached Mu Yunxian, one step at a time, many from the school of the Emperor Star had a change in expressions. This battle was a matter of life or death. Mu Yunxian had already agreed to these terms. Mu Yunxian held himself up with his hands on the ground as he looked up at Yi Futian. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. With a crazed look in his eyes, he stared at Yi Futian and said, "This is the school of the Emperor Star, you dare to commit such a sin here? Get down on your knees and apologize. I will spare your worthless life then," Yi Futian said to Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxian looked even more crazed now. Yi Futian wanted him to kneel down and apologize. "Are you done with this nonsense?" Han Mo approached. His aura was forceful as he stared at Yi Futian. "This is a battle to the death. Have you been watching, senior?" Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Han Mo. "You are standing on the Emperor Star School's territory," said Han Mo suddenly. Yi Futian began to laugh. Mockingly, he said, "If it were Mu Yunxian who was victorious today, you probably would not hesitate to kill me." Naturally, Han Mo had nothing to say to that. Seeing the vice headmaster step in, Mu Yunxian let out a laugh. "You can't kill me now, Yi Futian. Do you really think that you and that bitch will have a happy ending?" Yi Futian looked down at him. Mu Yunxian was laughing like a madman. He had obviously been deeply affected by his defeat today. He deepened his voice and said, "With those looks, that bitch will definitely end up as someone else's plaything in the future. You're calling out for death." Yi Futian clenched his fist around the golden rod. Then, he lifted his arm, ready to strike down at any moment. "Vice Headmaster," Mu Yunxian called to Han Mo as he turned to look at the elder. Han Mo took another step forward. The headmaster spoke, "Yi Futian, do you want to die?" Yi Futian reached his left hand into his shirt and pulled out a badge. He tossed it to Han Mo. Han Mo scrunched his face as he caught the object. Upon realizing what he had in his hands, his expression fell. He mustered in a low voice, "The decree of the minister. Minister Zhua has said, seeing the badge is the same as seeing him. People from the 7 schools of Donghai Academy have witnessed our battle to the death today. So, I will take his life now." The golden rod Yi Futian held and struck down. Mu Yunxian was horror-stricken. As he watched the rod come down, several thoughts crossed his mind. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but never got the chance to. Bang! The golden rod came down directly through Mu Yunxuan's head. Chapter 80. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. That strike had not only hit Mu Yunxuan's body. It seemed to have hit everyone's hearts, making all of them shudder. Mu Yunxian, top student of the school of the Emperor Star, the disciple of Han Mo, had just been killed before the school. Yi Futian had really dared to strike. Han Mo looked up and glared at Yi Futian. When he received the minister's degree, his heart had wavered and he had hesitated, but then his disciple was killed. With Minister Zhua supporting you, you committed murder in Donghai Academy. Good job, Yi Futian, Han Mo said coldly, tossing the minister's decree to him. Senior, you can ask your own conscience who wants to kill whom. Yi Futian replied indifferently. He was very sensitive and could sense how Han Mo and Mu Yunxian wanted to kill him. Even so, he had never planned on doing this. Mu Yunxian should not have angered him so many times. Hua Jieyu had confessed to him before leaving Qingzhou City that she would wait patiently for him in Donghai Academy, worry over his every move, and face everything with him. But Mu Yunxian had insulted her like that and Yi Futian could not allow it. Clean it up, Han Mo said coldly. He turned and walked toward the school of the Emperor Star. The others quickly carried Mu Yunxian away. Many glared at Yi Futian before scurrying away. Today, the school of the Emperor Star had lost all dignity. In this fight of life and death, prodigy Mu Yunxian was killed on the spot by Yi Futian. The students of the other schools studied Yi Futian. He was too crazy. His talent was intimidating and after he left with Minister Zhua, he had received the man's favor. He even had the minister decree, it was obvious how highly the minister thought of him. In Donghai Academy, barely anyone's talent could be compared to him. There was Yu Sheng, a natural-born warrior, and Hua Jieyu, the starlet of the school of the Emperor Star. The former was Yi Futian's best friend who had entered the school with him and seemed to be very obedient, the latter was his girlfriend. Now, Hua Jieyu walked to Yi Futian's side. She lightly pulled on his hand. Yi Futian glanced over and saw her. She asked quietly, "Why were you so brash?" She obviously understood that Yi Futian had done so because he was angry for her. She hated Mu Yunxian but she also knew that Yi Futian would become the enemy of the Emperor Star because of this. If anyone says that to you again, I'll act the same way, Yi Futian said with a smile. Hua Jieyu lowered her head. She felt warm and fuzzy inside. I'll go bid farewell to my grandmaster. I won't cultivate here anymore. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. What about the future? I have you, don't I? Hua Jieyu looked at him with a smile. Okay. Yi Futian returned the smile. I'll go now, Hua Jieyu said quietly. Yi Futian nodded and let go. Hua Jieyu walked toward to the school to bid farewell with her teacher. Since her lover was now against the Emperor Star, she naturally could not remain there. Yi Futian turned and walked toward the school of the Finance Star. His fellow disciples all looked at him with some respect. Today, Yi Futian had helped them vent their anger. Headmaster, I caused trouble for you, Yi Futian said to Yi Xiang. You already killed him. There's not much to think now, Han Mo said nonchalantly. If you didn't kill him, he would kill you. Just as you said, if you had lost before, Han Mo would definitely want you dead and I wouldn't be able to save you either. So, instead of letting them think about how to deal with you, challenging them straightforwardly isn't that bad. Yi Futian eyed Yi Xiang. His headmaster was so agreeable this time. Let's go. Yi Xiang began walking away. Yi Futian walked beside him and the other students followed behind. Seeing them leave, the spectators dispersed as well, though they still had not calmed down. They had a feeling something would happen in Donghai Academy soon. It was not just a sudden conflict between the school of the Emperor Star and Yi Futian, but a long-time rivalry. However, they finally realized just how strong the youth was. If he could survive, he would definitely become something impressive. On the way back to their school, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Qingxian walked in the front. Yi Xiang said lightly, "Your reason of challenging the Emperor's Star wasn't so simple today." Yi Futian looked up. Yi Xiang continued, "Forcefully defeating the disciple of the art saint, blocking their gate, revealing your talent, and expressing your attitude toward Hua Jieyu. Are you trying to prove something to the Nanda clan?" Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yi Xiang said, "With the talent you showed off today and the minister's decree, the Nanda clan will definitely pay attention now." "Headmaster, I don't want that either." Yi Futian shook his head and smiled wryly. Since the school of the Emperor's Star had suspected his relationship with Hua Jieyu, the Nanda clan obviously did too. It was better to make things clear now since it would come out sooner or later. Yi Futian looked forward and said, "I don't expect to be accepted by the Nanda clan, but I do hope I can win some time for Fox. After a few years, it won't matter if they agree or not." "Well, you're confident," Yi Xiang said lightly. "What about your other motives? Just confess." "Ah." Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Was this man really so sensitive? Yi Xiang sneered and said, "Since Minister Zhou gave you the minister decree, his attitude toward you is obvious. He must have told you to go to the royal city. That's why you're not scared about making trouble here. You can just leave, after all. Thus, you decided to make it even bigger and help the finance star. Is it to thank me?" Yi Futian looked at him, speechless. The man really knew his stuff. "When are you leaving?" Yi Xiang asked. "Minister Zhou wants me to attend next spring's Tingfeng banquet," Yi Futian said. "Stay in the school of the finance star and cultivate obediently. Don't go out anymore and I'll take you there personally next year," Yi Xiang said, facing forward. Yi Futian looked at the serious side profile and smiled. This old guy always had a stern face, but after interacting more, Yi Futian realized he was pretty lovable too. However, they did not know that things were never as one expected. A while after Yi Futian returned to the school of the finance star, Hua Jieyu went over as well. Seeing the figure that appeared in the yard, Yi Futian smiled gently. Hua Jieyu seemed down. She walked over to Yi Futian and looked at him with her pretty eyes. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked quietly. Hua Jieyu reached out a slender arm and grabbed Yi Futian's hand. Her voice was low. "After I leave, Grandmaster will be alone again." "Silly girl, Grandmaster will be fine," Yi Futian said softly. Thinking of the old man at the school of the Emperor's Star, he felt bittersweet. The old man's smile was so benevolent. He could feel his grandmaster's love towards him and Hua Jieyu in his gaze. Though he was old, he still had a scholarly and refined aura. He did not seem to like how the school of the Emperor's Star had become. Staying there by himself must be lonely. "Okay," Hua Jieyu said with reddening eyes. "Let's go visit him whenever we can, alright?" "Of course. I still have to learn to play the guqin from him," Yi Futian said with a smile. However, he knew that there would be fewer and fewer chances. With Grandmaster's age, no one knew how many more years he could live. But it was this old man who had taught him pieces such as the decree of the general. "Also, you're not allowed to leave me anymore." Hua Jieyu stared deeply at Yi Futian. "Weren't you the one who left me? When did I ever leave you?" Yi Futian asked. "You did." Hua Jieyu glared at him. Yi Futian sighed. He couldn't argue with Jieyu's logic. "Does that mean you're planning on being with me now?" Yi Futian's eyes brightened. "You still want to shake me away?" Hua Jieyu whined. "Oh no, seems like I won't be able to talk to pretty girls anymore," Yi Futian muttered. You. Hua Jieyu stomped her feet and kicked Yi Futian lightly. Why do girls always like to do that? Yi Futian mumbled but realized it sounded wrong, so he quickly shut his mouth. Then he discovered that Hua Jieyu was smiling at him. Really? Who else does that? No, I've seen Qing Xian kick Yusheng like that. Yi Futian pointed at the two figures in the near distance. I've never done that. Seeing Hua Jieyu look at her, Yi Qingxian glanced over with a smile. She was not going to take responsibility for this. Yi Futian's face darkened. Yi Qingxian was such a bad friend. Looking back, he realized Hua Jieyu was still looking at him. Helpless, he looked up to the sky and said quietly, "The weather is so nice today. We should take a nap." With that, he walked toward his room. Hua Jieyu blinked and followed. Yi Futian turned around and asked her, "Together?" Hua Jieyu halted. When Yi Futian smiled proudly, she suddenly grinned. "Sure." As she spoke, she caught up to him. It was Yi Futian's turn to blink in shock. Happiness had come so suddenly. Chapter 81. In the room, Yi Futian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. In the room, Yi Futian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. "Pretty nice environment," said Hua Jieyu with a smile after checking out the room. "Yeah, perfect for resting," Yi Futian said, nodding. Hua Jieyu walked to the bed and took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. She then turned to look at Yi Futian. Smiling, she asked him, "Do I look good?" Yi Futian blinked. Why did this feel like déjà vu? Yi Futian had a bad feeling about what was about to happen but nodded anyway. "Very good," he said. "Then I'll rest and you can keep looking," Hua Jieyu chuckled mischievously. She took off her shoes by the bed and laid down, hands behind her head. She continued to chuckle at Yi Futian. "That's my bed, I should be able to sleep on it too, right?" Yi Futian watched the beautiful girl in front of his very eyes. How could she tease him like this? "Just you try," said Hua Jieyu. She was still smiling but Yi Futian looked sad and pitiful. "Fox, what you're doing is wrong." Hua Jieyu stretched her captivating body out on the bed. Her every movement was torture for Yi Futian. "I'm sleeping," she said. Hua Jieyu turned away from Yi Futian and pulled the blanket over her body. This time around, Yi Futian had nothing to look at, just a hint of her curvy figure under the blanket. Yi Futian did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He was definitely going to get payback on this tempting vixen. With light steps, Yi Futian walked to the side of the bed and sat down on the floor. Softly, he spoke, "Fox, do you feel extra warm sleeping here with me?" Hua Jieyu did not reply. "I used too much energy in battle today. I want to lie down and rest but the floor is too cold. Why don't I get in bed?" Yi Futian said, full of confidence. Still no reply. "Don't worry. I won't touch you, I'll just lay next to you," he continued. "Okay, since you're not answering I'll take that as silent consent," said Yi Futian. Yi Futian kept talking to himself. He got up off the ground and sat on the bed. Hua Jieyu made no movements to stop him. He had finally succeeded in getting onto the bed next to her. "So comfy," he said. A moment later, he spoke again, his eyes were twinkling. "Wow, it's so fragrant. Fox, you smell so nice. Darn it, it feels kind of cold. It would be so nice to have a blanket." Yi Futian was still talking to himself. As he spoke, he tugged lightly at the covers and gently pulled it on himself. The two of them were not under the same covers. Right now, Hua Jieyu, who still had her back to Yi Futian, was already flushed red. Her beautiful eyes kept blinking. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "How is it still cold under the covers? Are you cold, Fox?" "I should just hold you," he said. Hua Jieyu felt his arm wrap around her waist gently, sending a shiver down her back. Didn't he say that he was just going to lay down next to her and not touch her? He was cold. Fox, why are you shaking? Is it because you're too cold? I should hold you tighter then, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu felt the arm around her waist pulling her in further. The red in her face spread to her ears, her neck. She was so shy. Stop bullying me, she spoke softly. Hua Jieyu's soft voice reached Yi Futian's ears and he smiled. He held on to the girl in his arms tightly, taking in her sweet scent. His nose was in her hair. He closed his eyes to savor this moment. Quietly, he said, I wouldn't have the heart to bully you. Wait for me to marry you. Okay, I'll wait for you, Hua Jieyu responded, nodding slowly. Her shaking body calmed and she slipped into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. She felt safe in his arms. Fox, I will definitely marry you, Yi Futian thought to himself while he held her warm body against his own. While the loving couple shared this sweet moment, the happenings at the school of Emperor's Star spread wildly. In a short while, all of Donghai Academy knew of the story. Yi Futian, the disciple of the Guqin devil, brutally defeated the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu. Then he crashed the school of the Emperor's Star and joined hands with Yu Sheng to defeat two 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the school of the Treasury Star. After all that, Yi Futian announced to everyone that Donghai Academy's top beauty, Hua Jieyu, was his girlfriend. The couple revealed their relationship hand in hand. Mu Yunxian, an 8-starred glory plane cultivator in the school of the Emperor's Star, got jealous and insulted Hua Jieyu, angering Yi Futian. Thus, Yi Futian challenged Mu Yunxian to a battle to the death, and eventually defeated him with ease. Finally, with the decree of the minister in hand, Yi Futian slaughtered Mu Yunxian right in front of the headmaster of the Emperor's Star School. The 7 schools of Donghai Academy were stirred up in absolute shock. Everyone was in disbelief. They had no idea that boy genius Yi Futian, who made a name in Donghai Academy for himself by fighting, was this powerful. In a couple of years, he may even be more powerful than the Guqin devil was in the past. It was now dusk. Yi Futian's room was quiet and warm. In her sleep, Hua Jieyu had unknowingly turned over to face Yi Futian. Her soft body laid quietly in his arms. At this time, she opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she observed Yi Futian. Aren't you going to get up? No, I'm going to continue sleeping until the sun rises tomorrow, Yi Futian said with a smile. You wish. You rested during the day, so you have to cultivate during the night, said Hua Jieyu, escaping his embrace. She got out from under the covers and sat up on the bed. Her hair was messy but it only made her more enchanting. She was so beautiful that it hurt to look at her. Fox, I could just eat you up, Yi Futian muttered. Hua Jieyu blinked and flushed red. Smiling, she said, you can try. I'm really going to do it, said Yi Futian. He tried to make a move. His hands ready to grab Hua Jieyu. A slender leg swept toward him and Yi Futian flipped off the bed. Are you trying to murder your husband? Yi Futian sat up on the ground and asked her sadly. Hua Jieyu got off the bed and chuckled at him. She seemed proud of her actions. Yi Futian, called a voice from outside. It was Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian was upset to be interrupted at this moment. I'm sleeping, he replied. Yi Futian, hurry out, she continued to shout from outside his room. Yi Futian reluctantly stood up. What did this girl want from him? Hua Jieyu, are you here? Another voice rang out from outside. Hua Jieyu froze. Then, she began to panic. She looked at Yi Futian and began to straighten out her hair and put on her outerwear. Who is that? Yi Futian whispered to Hua Jieyu. My mother, Hua Jieyu replied in the softest manner. Yi Futian turned to stone and jumped when he processed what she had just said. Oh no, this was bad. Moments later, the two of them left the room. Outside, they saw a few people. Headmaster Yi Xiang was also here. He stood not far away from the rest. Standing in front of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was a beautiful woman. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her whole being radiated elegance. One look at her and Yi Futian knew who she was. No wonder Hua Jieyu looked the way she did. This woman in front of him must have been an extreme beauty in her youth. Her beauty plus Hua Fengliu's good looks, it was no surprise that their daughter was such a beauty. To this day, Yi Futian had not found a man whose looks could compare to that of Hua Fengliu, other than himself. Mother, Hua Jieyu spoke softly. Yi Futian glared at Yi Qingxian. Why hadn't she notified him earlier? Masteress, Yi Futian greeted the beautiful woman in front of him. Nanda Wenyin eyed her daughter's messy hair then looked at Yi Futian. It was difficult to determine her thoughts through her eyes because they remained emotionless. To Yi Futian, it was like waiting to be sentenced. To his master's wife, Fox's mother, Yi Futian could not act out no matter how arrogant he was. Qingxian, let's go, Yi Xiang called out to his daughter. Yi Qingxian and Yuxing Bother nodded and left with the headmaster. The only people left standing outside were Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Nanda Wenyin, and Nanda Wenshan, who stood behind his sister. How is your master doing? Nanda Wenyin suddenly opened her mouth to speak. She didn't question Yi Futian about what happened in the room but instead asked about Hua Fengliu. Her voice was crisp and comfortable. Master is doing well in the Guqin Gardens. He just misses you, Masteress, answered Yi Futian. He has Tang Lan to take care of him. So of course, he's doing well, said Nanda Wenyin. She sounded so calm. Yi Futian could feel sweat drip down his forehead. Was this how all jealous women acted? Master initially had no intentions of staying, but now that it is inconvenient for him to move around by himself, he needs someone to take care of him. Plus, Ms. Tang Lan was very adamant about him staying, so he had no choice but to accept her offer. The first day we arrived in the city of Donghai, Master brought me to the Nanda Palace. He pointed at the inside and told me that Masteress lived there and that he wanted to go in to see you, Yi Futian explained. Nanda Wenyin observed Yi Futian for a while, and from the look in his eyes, she decided that he did not seem to be lying. After that, Yi Futian noticed that the look in her eyes had softened. Nanda Wenyin looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, You like him? Yes, nodded Hua Jieyu. Your father and I were the same in our youth, but you know how that ended. If something happens in the future, will you regret this? Nanda Wenyin asked her daughter. The young woman shook her head. Silly child, Nanda Wenyin's voice was soft and gentle. She sighed and turned to Yi Futian. You took advantage of the challenge against the school of the Emperor's Star to announce your relationship with Hua Jieyu. Did you do it on purpose so the Nanda family would see? Masteress, I had no other choice. Even if I didn't admit it, the Nanda family probably already guessed as much, Yi Futian answered. You're even more arrogant than your master, said Nanda Wenyin. I'm taking Jieyu home. Mother. Hua Jieyu looked at her mother. Nanda Wenyin ignored her and continued to look at Yi Futian. Come to our place for a visit tomorrow. Yi Futian was frozen in shock upon hearing her words. Quickly, he broke out into a smile. Thank you, Masteress. Hua Jieyu was just as surprised. It seemed like her mother did not object to their relationship. Hey kid, you're pretty gifted, Nanda Wenshan said suddenly. He walked closer to the three and smiled at Yi Futian. Senior, was it you who tried to warn me that day at the Luo Palace? Asked Yi Futian. After eliminating the chance that it was Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor's Star School, Yi Futian always wondered who could have possibly warned him that day. Seeing Nanda Wenshan now, he had a realization. Why? Have you antagonized everyone in the Nanda family? I'm Hua Jieyu's blood uncle, Nanda Wenshan said while staring at Yi Futian. Oh. Yi Futian held in a smile and nodded his head. Then, he said rather loudly, Greetings, uncle. Shameless, Nanda Wenshan reprimanded him jokingly. Afterward, the Nanda siblings led Hua Jieyu away. As they were leaving, Hua Jieyu kept looking back at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. Chapter 82. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. Going to Nanda tomorrow? Yi Xiang asked. Were you eavesdropping? Yi Futian looked up in shock and asked. You were speaking so loudly. There was no need to eavesdrop, Yi Xiang said indifferently. Yi Futian made a face at this. I'll take you there tomorrow, Yi Xiang said. Yi Futian finally smiled. Headmaster, you really do see me as a disciple. Don't overthink. Your master stole one of my students who still won't return to the right path. Yuxing listens to you too, so you have to live well for now, Yi Xiang said and then left. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew that Yi Xiang thought highly of him but refused to admit it. He had a bad temper as well. Thankfully, Yi Futian was not his son-in-law. You're really going? Yi Qingxian asked, looking at him. She felt like it would lead to trouble. Even Masteress told me to go. She won't try to hurt me. Anyway, I have Minister's was decree too. Even if the Nanda clan wants to kill me, they won't do it inside their home and your father will protect me on the way. Nothing bad will happen. Yi Futian was very clear. Minister Zhua had said that he was favored by the ruler of Nanda nation. Minister Hua controlled the military but was equal to him. Even though he was kind to Yi Futian, someone so powerful was definitely intimidating. When he came to Donghai Academy last time, the big figures of the 7 schools all had to bow down to him. Then, be careful, Yi Qingxian told him. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yuxing said, I'm going with you. I'm going to go see my girl. What are you going for? Stay here and look after your own girl. Yi Futian glared at him. Yuxing glanced at Yi Qingxian. He scratched his head and said, oh. When Yi Futian said, girl, Yi Qingxian saw that Yuxing glanced at her. She blushed and ran away. Yuxing, it seems like you've got everything down. Nice. Yi Futian looked at his friend, laughing. No. Yuxing smiled a little and turned away. Looking at his backside, Yi Futian smiled. He couldn't believe this guy knew how to be shy. The next day, he arrived at the Nanda clan. This was a lord mansion with centuries of history. It felt somber. Centuries ago, the pioneer of Nanda nation had walked out of here. He was a true king, but after him, none of the Nanda descendants could rival him in glory and they finally lost the throne. 2 figures appeared outside. Yi Xiang personally saw Yi Futian to the gate and he said, I will wait for you outside. As the headmaster of the school of the finance star, he had nothing to do with the Nanda clan, so he clearly could not go in. He only came because he was worried Yi Futian would run into danger on the way. He no longer had to worry after Yi Futian stepped into Nanda's territory. Yi Futian nodded lightly and walked forward. He gazed at the mansion, feeling butterflies in his stomach. The first day he arrived at Donghai City, his teacher had brought him here and told him he must conquer it in the future. He had to help Hua Fenglu enter confidently to bring his wife out. However, neither of them expected that he would become involved with the clan so early due to his relationship with Hua Jieyu. Smiling, Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the mansion. The guards seemed to know who he was. They let him enter without stopping him. The path led straight into the mansion. Yi Futian advanced forward. Figures flashed in the mansion, seemingly to go report his entrance. After a short while, Yi Futian realized that there were many people around him. They were all young and glared at Yi Futian with animosity. Some were also curious. They all knew that this guy before them was the disciple of the Qin devil. His teacher had snatched Nanda Wenyin, Now, he had snatched Hua Jieyu, the most skilled woman of the Nanda clan, unmatchable in both talent and beauty. Under this situation, even if they knew how brilliant Yi Futian was, many of the Nanda clan still hated him. Of course, some girls also thought deep down that he truly was handsome. Hua Jieyu probably didn't like him just for his talent. In the mansion, a beautiful figure ran over. Seeing Yi Futian, her eyes brightened. She stopped before Yi Futian and said softly, "You're here." "Yeah." Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly as well. She reached out and took Yi Futian's hand. She was telling the Nanda clan her attitude and determination. Yi Futian was touched. He knew how much courage the action required. He grasped the hand tightly and they walked forward together. This scene made many uncomfortable and unhappy. "This bastard," they thought, "he's holding hands with our most talented woman." It was not just the younger generation either. As they walked forward, many seniors looked unhappy as well. However, no one stopped them. Apparently, they had already walked hand in hand at the school of the Emperor's Star. Stopping them now was meaningless. They would let the clan leader decide. Hua Jieyu brought Yi Futian to a courtyard. Nanda Wenin and Nanda Wenshan were both there. They had prepared a meal. It was clear that inviting Yi Futian today was Nanda Wenin's idea. "Masteress, uncle," Yi Futian greeted them. "Come sit down," Nanda Wenshan said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded. He and Hua Jieyu sat before the table. "I heard that they all know now." Nanda Wenin asked Hua Jieyu. "Yes." The way here was filled with people. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. "Let's eat," Nanda Wenin said. Her motive was just that, invite Yi Futian here to express her attitude. In the past, she had been forcefully separate from Hua Fenglu. Now, her daughter was about to step onto the same path, but she hoped the ending would be different. Hua Jieyu put some food onto Yi Futian's plate. Yi Futian smiled warmly and tasted the food. Then he looked up at Nanda Wenin and said, "Your cooking is so good." Nanda Wenin glanced at Yi Futian. She said, "I heard from Jieyu that her father really likes you. After seeing you, I understand why. You too are the same type of person. Perhaps he sees himself in you." Nanda Wenshan smiled too. He said, "Indeed, he and Fenglu both have faces that women can't reject. No wonder both Jieyu and her mother have fallen so hard." "Professor is much better than me," Yi Futian said, lying against his conscience. He had to preserve Hua Fengliu's ego before his wife. "No, you're wilder than he was," Nanda Wenin said. The boy was not even 17 years old and yet, he had already announced to the entire academy that Hua Jieyu was his. This was not something an average person would do. Wenin knew how talented her daughter was. The average person would be intimidated, but instead, Yi Futian had called her his. He had even killed the prodigy of the school of the Emperor's Star in front of everyone. "His talent is better too," Nanda Wenshan added. "Yi Futian, thank you." Yi Futian glanced up in shock. "You don't know how Wenin had been living these years," Wenshan said with a smile. "She's like a zombie every day." When she heard that Hua Fenglu had returned to Donghai City, she finally came back to life. "After seeing you at the Luo Palace, I guessed that you have a special relationship with Jieyu. I told her and she started paying attention to you. Yesterday was the first time she stepped out of the mansion all these years." Yi Futian gazed at Nanda Wenin. He could guess how deep her relationship with Hua Fenglu was. "Masteress, I'll treat Fox well in the future. I'll have my master come get you too," Yi Futian said. "Where did you get the nickname Fox from?" Nanda Wenin glared. Yi Futian chuckled awkwardly. Hua Jieyu also glared at him and said, "Mother, the first time this mean guy saw me was when I first entered Qingzhou Academy. He said that this doll looked so sinful at 12 years old that I'll definitely become a fox in a few years." The two Nanda siblings were taken aback. Nanda Wenshan smiled after a while and said, "You were already so inappropriate at 12. You truly are better than your professor." "I wasn't wrong," Yi Futian muttered awkwardly. He gave Hua Jieyu a look. The girl smiled at him mischievously. "Wenyin, I heard you're better now," a voice traveled from outside the courtyard. Then they could hear various footsteps walk toward here. Nanda Wenyin looked in that direction. After a bit, a group of people came in. At the head was the clan leader, Nanda Tai. Nanda Ku stood beside him. He studied Yi Futian with a sharp expression. "Uncle," Nanda Wenshan rose and greeted him. Nanda Tai nodded. He scanned Yi Futian and said with a smile, "You must be Yi Futian, Hua Fengliu's disciple." "Greetings, senior," Yi Futian stood up and said. No matter what, he could not be impolite. "The heroes come from the youths. I heard that you are unrivaled at the school of the Emperor's Star and are even favored by ministers Hua. You have surpassed your master," Nanda Tai said with a smile. "Do not mind the grudges of the past generation. I heard that Hua Fengliu isn't well these days. If there's the chance, please tell him to come visit. You and Jieyu are good friends, so you can come visit in the future as well. I'm sure Wenyin will like it." Yi Futian was a little shocked. How could the Nanda clan be so agreeable? But also, what did he mean by saying Yi Futian and Jieyu were good friends? "Uncle," Nanda Wenyin stood up and said to Nanda Tai, "Jieyu is almost 17 now and has someone she likes. They are both in love. I am planning on betrothing Jieyu to Futian and arranging this marriage. Uncle, what do you think?" Chapter 83. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nanda Wenyin in surprise. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nanda Wenyin in surprise. "Masteress wants to betroth Hua Jieyu to me." Yi Futian's heart warmed at the thought of this. Today was only his second encounter with Nanda Wenyin, but he also understood that the main reasons behind her decision were because of Hua Fengliu as well as Hua Jieyu's feelings for himself. Yi Futian's gifts did not play an important role in Nanda Wenyin's decision-making. Nanda Wenshan was also shocked but recovered quickly because he understood that his sister had been living with the regrets of her past and did not wish for her daughter to go down the same path. Now that Yi Futian revealed that he was highly capable and even had Minister Zhua on his side, the Nanda clan would definitely take Yi Futian into consideration for Hua Jieyu. Nanda Wenyin wanted to take this opportunity to get their betrothal settled in case anything changed in the future. When she extended her invitation to Yi Futian the day before, she had already made up her mind. Nanda Tai and the rest stared at Nanda Wenyin collectively. Someone spoke. "Wenyin, don't you think you're making a rash decision? It's true that he presented his capabilities at Donghai Academy, but what of it? It could simply mean that the people of the school of the Emperor's Star are too weak. There are tons of highly gifted young men within the Nanda clan. Why should we allow Hugh Jieyu to be betrothed to him?" asked another person. Everyone took their turn in making comments on the subject. Many people had a thing or two to say in disapproval of betrothing the most outstanding young woman of the Nanda clan to the disciple of the Guqin devil. "Wenyin, you heard the people. Jieyu is still young, there is no rush to make such a decision," said Nanda Tai. "I'm simply saying they should be engaged. I wasn't suggesting that they should be married right away," replied Nanda Wenyin. She stood firm on her decision. To be honest, it would not be strange for a girl of Hua Jieyu's age to be married anyway. "This is still too hasty," said Nanda Tai, shaking his head. "Jieyu's father is Futian's master, so obviously he would not object. I am Jieyu's mother and I also support this. Jieyu and Futian are dedicated to each other and are deeply in love. So, why is this a hasty decision?" questioned Nanda Wenyin. She did not sound too happy. Nanda Tai's expression darkened. He stared at Nanda Wenyin and said, "So, what you're saying is, Hua Jieyu's marriage has nothing to do with the Nanda clan?" Nanda Wanin retorted, and what uncle is insinuating is that Jieyu's marriage should be decided by the Nanda clan and has nothing to do with me, her own mother. In the past, because my parents have already passed, uncle made decisions for me. Now, even though I'm still well and alive, uncle wants to make decisions for my daughter. Nanda Wanin knew a thing or two about the clan's plan on setting her up in a marriage of convenience all those years ago. She was not going to allow them to do the same to her daughter. Wanin, you're out of line, an elder reprimanded. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to the clan leader? Miss Wanin, is it simply because he is the disciple of the Guqin devil? Asked Nanda Ku. Are you trying to have your daughter fulfill the dreams you were unable to? Yi Futian looked at Nanda Ku. This was the man who stalked Hua Jieyu to the Guqin gardens. He had also told Yi Futian that he could not be compared to the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu. Watch your mouth. This is not a place for you to speak, Nanda Wanin said to Nanda Ku. I understand that Miss Wanin is of nobility. You carry the blood of your ancestors. You have inherited the royal bloodline. The same can be said for Miss Jieyu. It is because of this that her marriage cannot be determined so hastily. Even though the Guqin devil's disciple is incredibly gifted, it doesn't mean anything. There are tons of genius cultivators out there. There are many just in the Nanda clan, but it seems that Miss Wanin never took that into consideration, said Nanda Ku. Realization flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. From Nanda Ku's words, Yi Futian predicted that Nanda Wanin was the direct descendant of the person who established the Nanda nation. To say that they have inherited the royal bloodline meant that Nanda Wanin and Hua Jieyu were actually the princesses of the Nanda clan. What you said is correct. The battle at Donghai Academy doesn't mean anything. I am willing to test his true abilities. At this moment, a member of the Nanda clan stepped forward. The young man looked at Yi Futian. How does a battle sound? Yi Futian glanced at the young man and chose to ignore him. What do you mean by this? The young man glared at Yi Futian. Step down, ordered Nanda Tai. The young man retreated into the group. Nanda Tai spoke again, Wanin, it is exactly because your parents left you at an early age that I was forced to take over as the clan leader. I have the responsibility to take care of you guys. I know that you hold a grudge against me for what happened in the past, but we can't change what has already happened. I am willing to let go of the past and might even think about allowing you to reunite with Hua Fenglu in a couple of years, but regarding Jieyu's marriage, will you allow me to make the decision? You're only now considering Hua Fenglu? Asked Nanda Wanin. Her demeanor was cold. Hua Jieyu was incredibly gifted and carried the hopes and dreams of the entire Nanda clan. Plus, Yi Futian, who was the Guqin devil's disciple, also possessed incredible gifts. He also had Minister Zhua to back him up. Nanda Tai had to know that some things could not be changed. Some things are inevitable. The only way future events could be altered is if Nanda Tai broke off relations with Hua Jieyu and at the same time, had Yi Futian killed. However, it was obvious that Nanda Tai could not do either of these things. I will make the decisions regarding Hua Jieyu's marriage. Nanda Wanin was not going to give up. She was not going to let the clan sacrifice her daughter as they had done to her. How presumptuous, yelled Nanda Tai. More and more people of the Nanda clan gathered behind their leader. At this moment, Yi Futian realized how lonely Hua Jieyu and her family were among the huge Nanda clan. Their family used to be the most distinguished bloodline but was now the most isolated. Masteress, maybe we should give the clan leader a little more time to think about this matter. Jieyu and I aren't in a rush, Yi Futian spoke. In this situation, it was not a good idea for Nanda Wanin to go against the entire clan. What Yi Futian needed was time. Nanda Wanin averted her attention to Yi Futian. He bowed to her and said, Masteress, Jieyu, I'm going to leave now. I'll come visit again when I get the chance. He then turned to Nanda Tai and the rest of the group. Excuse me. Yi Futian began to make his way out. The clan made way for him. One of the younger clan members mocked Yi Futian. He's probably just afraid to lose. He won't live up to his reputation. I heard that he does what he wants at the academy, but looking at him now, he doesn't look all that mighty, someone else chimed in. Yi Futian smiled but chose to ignore them. Fighting someone from the Nanda clan would only add fuel to the fire. After Yi Futian left, Nanda Wenyin and Nanda Tai were still in a standoff. Wenyin, I think you should take some time to cool your head, said Nanda Tai. There's no need. This is my final decision, I'm not going to have a change of heart, she replied calmly. Talk some sense into your younger sister, Nanda Tai said to Nanda Wenshan. Then, he turned to leave. The crowd dispersed. As Yi Futian made his way to the exit of the Nanda palace, people either challenged him to battle or insulted him. Everyone had an opinion about Yi Futian. He ignored all of them and left with Yi Xiang. After Nanda Tai led the crowd away, Nanda Wenyin frowned and said quietly, in the past, he tried to use me to get close to Minister Hua, but now even though Yi Futian is in Minister's was good graces, he won't let Hua Jieyu marry him. Is it purely because he is Hua Fengliu's disciple? Nanda Wenshan also frowned. There did seem to be some contradicting points in Nanda Tai's decision. Mother, there is something that I forgot to tell you, said Hua Jieyu. The other day, the clan leader invited Minister Zhua over to tell me my fortune. The minister agreed to his request and said that I was destined to be an empress. Tell your fortune. Nanda Wenshan was shocked. Minister Zhua is an astrologer. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head. Nanda Wenyin stood frozen in place. She then turned to her brother and asked, what do you think of this? So, this was the reason why His Majesty has such great trust in Minister Zhua, Nanda Wenshan murmured to himself. I once read an ancient text about astrologers. They are extremely rare and possess the ability to tell a person's fortune. However, this ability is highly dependent on the astrologer's own powers. Based on Minister Zhua's powers, by empress, he could have meant a title of courtesy or a queen. Besides, astrologers can tell fortunes but cannot see the future. A told fortune can be changed. What Nanda Wenshan did not know was that Minister Zhua did have doubts on the day he told Hua Jieyu's fortune. However, he only told her that she was destined to be an empress after she had asked about Yi Futian. In reality, the fortune Hua Jieyu was told consisted of a biased prediction from Minister Zhua. Hua Jieyu nodded. She also believed that her fortune could be changed. After Yi Futian returned to Donghai Academy, he put himself on lockdown to focus on cultivating. Even after he had demonstrated his gifts and also brought out the decree of the minister, the Nanda family clan was still conflicted on allowing him to be with Hua Jieyu. Since things have come to this, the only thing Yi Futian could do was to become even stronger. He was going to become so powerful that he wouldn't even need to seek the clan's approval. When spring arrived next year, he would head to Nanda Nation's imperial city and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Hua Jieyu. They were going to heal Hua Fenglu. The days passed but Yi Futian has not set foot outside of the school of the finance star. His powers were increasing day by day. Meanwhile, Donghai Academy had actually become more peaceful since Yi Futian's battle. The schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star stopped picking fights with the school of the Finance Star. That day, the two schools were completely humiliated by Yi Futian. They did not have the nerve to look for trouble at the Finance Star school anymore. However, everyone in Donghai Academy already knew that the school of the Emperor Star was not going to let this go so easily. Perhaps this was the peace before the storm. Countless rumors circulated around the campus. They said that the school of the Emperor Star wanted to control all of Donghai Academy and that the 7 schools were no longer going to stand together. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. It has almost been 1 year since Yi Futian arrived in the city of Donghai. He has already broken into the 6-starred glory plane in both martial arts and the art of sorcery. But Yi Futian did not slow down his pace in cultivation. The glory plane was still too weak for the Nanda Nation standards. He hoped that he would be able to reach the Dharma plane quickly and be able to find his place in the Nanda Nation. While Yi Futian cultivated quietly, all officials from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Finance Star arrived at the entrance of Donghai Academy, including the two headmasters. Everyone at the academy was frantically trying to guess who they were welcoming. What kind of people would warrant such a big welcome? Finally, a group of people traveling on beasts arrived. This scene was even more powerful and shocking than the time Minister Zhua arrived. Chapter 84. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. Minister Hua, everyone greeted and bowed. Even the headmasters of the School of the Emperor's Star and School of the Treasury Star bowed. The middle-aged man was Minister Hua of the Nanda Kingdom. He looked at everyone with his imposing gaze. Then he pointed at the youth and said, "This is His Highness, the Crown Prince." Everyone's heart shuddered. They had felt something when they saw how extraordinary the youth was. Hearing Minister Hua, they realized that this was the legendary Crown Prince of Nanda Kingdom. The emperor had many children but he had chosen his heir early on. No prince could fight with Luo Junlin for the throne. His name was Junlin. It meant that the king would rule over the world. This seemed like a disrespectful name but it had been given by the emperor personally. One could see how much the emperor liked this prince. Everyone in Nanda Kingdom knew that Luo Junlin would be the next ruler. No one doubted this. Crown Prince, everyone greeted and bowed reverently. No one expected that the Crown Prince would come with Minister Hua. If that was the case, everything was determined already. Luo Junlin nodded casually. He strode forward and the men of the two schools made way for him. "Junior, let's go," Minister Hua walked up and said to the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star. "Senior, after you," the headmaster said politely. Then the group entered Donghai Academy. News of Crown Prince Luo Junlin's arrival quickly spread throughout the academy. The powerful students of all 7 schools went to meet him. The School of the Finance Star had conflicts with the Emperor's Star but Yi Xiang went too. He was only a headmaster, after all, and had to greet the Crown Prince and Minister Hua. It caused a ripple through Donghai Academy. After the peace and quiet of the past days, had the storm finally come? The School of the Emperor's Star and School of the Treasury Star had been low-key these past months. It seemed that they'd been waiting for this step and had planned this early on. All the headmasters left the School of the Emperor's Star after bowing to the Crown Prince and returned to their own schools. Then another news spread throughout the academy. Minister Hua had said that he wanted to see the cultivation progress of the students. He ordered Donghai Academy to hold an assembly of the 7 schools 3 days later. He and the Crown Prince would observe it. This news caused an uproar in Donghai Academy. Everyone could feel that there was an ulterior motive behind the assembly. It might have something to do with the recent rumors. The School of the Emperor's Star was unsatisfied with all 7 schools being equals. In the School of the Finance Star, Yi Futian was practicing his instrument in his courtyard. Not only would the piece help his musicality, it also cultivated his mind. He had locked himself up these past months to cultivate without disturbances. Now, Yi Xiang came over. When Yi Futian finished the piece, he looked up and saw that Yi Xiang had furrowed brows. He asked, "Headmaster, did something happen?" "Yes." Yi Xiang nodded. "The school of the finance star might not exist anymore." Yi Futian stared, but the man continued, "Minister Hua and the Crown Prince came to Donghai Academy earlier. They went directly to the school of the Emperor's Star and ordered that we hold an assembly in 3 days. With Minister Hua and Luo Junlin's support, no one can stop the changes in the academy. What do you plan to do?" Yi Futian didn't try comforting him. Since Yi Xiang said this, it meant that he was powerless. Donghai Academy's 7 schools were created to be different clans, Yi Xiang said. However, this is less and less clear. Now, they are all becoming like true schools. The school of the finance star is especially like this, but the school of the Emperor's Star seems to want to return to clans. If this is the case, I naturally will not stay. I'm telling you this because if the Emperor's Star takes control, you would be unable to stay as well. But if you leave, Han Mo might deal with you. Yi Futian understood this. He'd wanted to cultivate quietly and go to the Imperial City next spring. He didn't expect this sudden change of Donghai Academy. It's okay. I have you and ministers was ministered decree. There's nothing to be scared of. As long as I don't look for trouble, Minister Hua can't hurt me himself, right? Yi Futian chuckled. Minister Hua wouldn't ruin the relationship with Minister Zhuo without a reason. You're clever. Cultivate here and do not worry about the assembly. Don't participate either, Yi Xiang advised. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the assembly was not the time for him to show off. News of the assembly of the 7 schools spread throughout Donghai Academy using the shortest time possible. Then it even spread towards Donghai City with terrifying speed. Even many big figures of Donghai City were invited. The school of the Emperor's Star stated that they welcomed everyone to come as spectators. This showed the citizens that something big would happen in Donghai Academy. Excitement bubbled through the city. Countless people discussed the event on the streets and in taverns, talking about the legendary Crown Prince. Many wanted to see with their own eyes how amazing the Crown Prince was. Apparently, he had already reached the pinnacle of Dharma and had unparalleled talent. There were also rumors that he had twin spirits and no one in Nandu could beat him. He was born to be king, destined to be king. None of the other princes even had the courage to compete with him. They could only try to become close to him and be a lord in the future. No one dared to have any other thoughts unless they wanted to die. One could imagine the furor if someone like him came to Donghai City. The 3 days passed in a blink. That day, the sun shone brightly. Countless people from Donghai City gathered outside the academy to watch the assembly. The big figures had all arrived. Many of them had brought their children too, especially daughters. The reason went without saying. Though the possibility was low, they could become the empress in the future if they caught the crown prince's eyes. He didn't have a wife yet. Lin Siye came too with her father. Stepping into Donghai Academy, she studied the place. He was cultivating here and she wondered how he was doing. Lin Siye didn't know about all the things that had happened. Yi Futian was now infamous in Donghai Academy, but his fame was restricted to the academy. Unless they were like the Nanda clan who knew from paying attention to Hua Jieyu, no one knew what had happened. The important figures of Donghai City wouldn't care about a youth of the academy. Are you thinking of him? Xiao He smiled and asked. Shut up. Lin Siya glared with her pretty eyes. He was so handsome at the Luo Palace. Xiao He chuckled while Lin Siya just smiled and nodded. The youth's performance at the Luo Palace was truly eye-catching. Zhou Mu is also cultivating here. I wonder if they'll run into each other, Xiao He said. Zhou Mu. Lin Siya murmured. She wondered if he could defeat Zhou Mu now. But no matter how they are, they can't be compared to the Crown Prince. You're so pretty. Do you think he'll notice you? Xiao He continued. Lin Siya ignored her. She hurried to catch up with her father and continued into the academy. In the other direction, Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi were with their father Mu Hong. The man smiled and said, "No wonder Donghai Academy is the home of geniuses and talents. It's filled with vitality. How have you two been performing?" "Pretty good. We're still working hard," Mu Yunqing answered. "Good." Mu Hong nodded. "The Crown Prince himself is here today. If you have the chance, you two must perform well." "Yes," Mu Yunyi said. However, the two siblings looked uncomfortable. Their experiences that year had actually been horrible. It was all due to someone, but they were too embarrassed to tell their father. Back in the day, this academy had many impressive figures. The Art Saint, the Qin Devil, and I all came from here. Feeling nostalgic, Mu Hong smiled, saying, "The Art Saint is now renowned in Donghai City while the Qin Devil is disabled. I wonder where he is now and how his disciple is." Thinking of how the Qin Devil had wanted to bring his disciple to him, he smirked. Today was the gathering of the heroes. People like the Art Saint were high above while the Qin Devil was nowhere to be seen. It was a different scene in the school of the Emperor's Star. Chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xia Feng, knelt on the floor while Minister Hua and the Crown Prince sat before him. Usually, Xia Feng would not be like this. However, he was in trouble now and only Minister Hua could save him. "Why does Minister Zhuo want to kill your son?" Minister Hua asked. "Because of the Qin Devil's disciple," Xia Feng cried. Back in the day, the Art Saint had powerfully destroyed the Qin Devil's life spirit. Now, his disciple has returned. He is violent and aggressive, looking down on everyone. Minister Zhuo wishes to punish and kill my son, Xia Fan, because he has a conflict with Yi Futian. He vaguely knew the relationship between the Art Saint and Minister Hua, so he knew what to say. Valued by Minister Zhuo, possesses the Minister Decree, and killed a student of the School of the Emperor's Star. "I'd like to see him," Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Minister Hua said, "You will see him at the assembly." "Yes." Luo Junlin nodded. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Chapter 85, The halls of the seven schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were not among them. They remained in their dorm. The halls of the seven schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were not among them. They remained in their dorm. Just then, Headmaster Yi Xiang arrived. He was not alone. Behind him, several people followed. Yi Futian was surprised at the sight but quickly recovered. He walked up to the group with a smile. "Master, Ms. Tang Lan, what are you guys doing here?" "Tang Wan relayed your message to me. Things are about to change drastically at Donghai Academy. We came because we were curious what will become of the academy," answered Tang Lan. Yi Futian had asked Tang Wan to help relay Headmaster Yi Xiang's message to Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked over at Yu Sheng. "So, you're my junior brother now." Yu Sheng smiled shyly and greeted her, "Senior sister." Something felt wrong to Yi Futian. "Our relationship has gotten so complicated. Doesn't this mean that Yu Sheng is technically my senior? This won't do." "Forget about that." Tang Lan stared at Yi Futian. "I heard you've been really cocky since you started attending the academy. You crashed the party at the Luo Palace, beat up Zhou Mu as well as students from the Emperor's Star School. You even went to the Nanda Palace. Daring fellow." Yi Futian chuckled. It was only a given that Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan kept tabs on everything that happened at Donghai Academy. "Did you see your masteress?" Hua Fenglu asked. "Yes, I did, master." "Masteress hasn't forgotten about you," said Yi Futian. After he replied, he felt a chill. He turned to see Tang Lan smiling at him. He shut his mouth immediately. Life was so hard. I'm going to go see your grandmaster, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian glanced at Yi Xiang and heard him say, the assembly of the 7 schools is about to begin. I have to head over now, but I'm sure the school of the Emperor's Star is already empty. You can take your master there. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He stepped forward to put Hua Fenglu on his back. Wind sorcery surrounded and carried them into the sky. In the air, Hua Fenglu questioned Yi Futian again, your masteress, is she doing well? Yeah, she just misses you. After meeting me, she said that you have a good eye to pick such an outstanding disciple, Yi Futian replied with a smile. He did not tell Hua Fenglu what Nanda Wenshan had told him. If Hua Fenglu knew that Nanda Wenin spent the past years like a living corpse, he would definitely be very upset. You've become more thick-skinned in our time apart. Your masteress didn't kick you out the door for acting this way. Hua Fenglu made a light-hearted joke. He was already used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Something like that could never happen. Before I left, masteress even said she would betroth Hua Jieyu to me, said Yi Futian. Really? Asked Hua Fenglu. Master, do you think I would joke about this matter? Hua Fenglu laughed. I believe you. Love me, love my dog. It seems that her feelings for me have remained unchanged. What do you mean, love me, love my dog? Master's fondness for me has nothing to do with you. It's because I'm such an outstanding man. What a narcissist you are. Yi Futian had no words for how thick-skinned Hua Fenglu was. Love me, love my dog. Oh please. Shouldn't you already know how narcissistic I can get? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian could only admit defeat. He said, Master, I don't think I can ever surpass you in this aspect. By this aspect, Yi Futian meant narcissism. Don't underestimate yourself like this. You were able to defeat Zhou, which means that I made the right choice to take you on as my disciple. I do have a good eye. Hua Fenglu laughed softly. It's not easy to get a compliment out of you. So, does this mean you're happy I beat up Zhou? Chuckled Yi Futian. Very happy, answered Hua Fenglu. A huge smile broke out on Yi Futian's face. Although he has yet to make any progress on healing Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian was happy to do at least this much for his master. When Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu reached Elder Qin's residence within the school of the Emperor's Star, they could hear the sound of a guqin. He was playing the guqin by himself. Although all 10 of his fingers were calloused, his movements were accurate and clean. The white-haired elder exuded an elegance. Elder Qin did not seem to have noticed them. He continued to play peacefully, completely immersed in the music. The sound of the guqin was gentle and peaceful. Elder Qin stopped stroking the chords and ended his performance. Only then did he turn his attention over to his visitors. He smiled when he saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Fenglu, you're here, he said. His smile was kind. With Yi Futian supporting him, Hua Fenglu bent his knees and kneeled down on the ground. He began to bow to Elder Qin. His head met the ground harshly. When Hua Fenglu lifted his head, his eyes were red. In a raspy voice, he said, I have been unfilial to you, master. It has taken me too long to come see you. Hua Fenglu thought back to when he first met his master. Elder Qin used to be so full of life and energy. Even when he had left, the older male did not look as worn as he did now. Hua Fenglu would never have thought that his master would have aged so much when they met again. It seemed that Elder Qin was closing in on the end of his life. Hua Fenglu, get up. Elder Qin sounded very stern. Hua Fenglu bowed once more before allowing Yi Futian to help him up. Following that, Hua Fenglu said, Master, I have let you down. I am already satisfied to be able to see my disciple again before I die. There is no need to speak of such things, said Elder Qin. He was smiling again. Besides, I am very fond of Hua Jiayu and Yi Futian. These two youngsters are both very good. Yi Futian is even more gifted than you. Hua Fenglu laughed. This rascal's gifts are all right, but he is too mischievous. I hope he didn't do anything to offend you, master. There's no way. His personality is better than yours, replied Elder Qin. He looked at Yi Futian and smiled. He continued, he and Hua Jiayu are well matched. You and Nandu Wenin have to support them. Don't let them walk down the same path as you two. I understand, master, Hua Fenglu nodded. He eyed Yi Futian, who stood off to the side. When Yi Futian sent a proud smile his way, Hua Fenglu gave him an icy glare in return. Futian, called Elder Qin, I am so old now. There are many things I am now unable to do. Regarding your master's injury, I can only count on you. Don't worry, Grand Master. As long as I'm alive, I will find a way to heal master, said Yi Futian seriously. Silly child, don't talk about the negative things. You'll live a long, happy life, Elder Qin said to Yi Futian. Whatever you say, Grand Master, said Yi Futian with a smile. You also have to take good care of yourself so you can be a witness for the wedding ceremony when Jiayu and I get married. Yes, yes. He could not stop nodding his head. Elder Qin looked extra happy. Master, you've probably suffered here at the school of the Emperor's Star all these years. Why don't you leave with me? Hua Fenglu asked. Oh, Fenglu. I've spent more than half my life here. No matter how this place changes, I will always be a part of this school. I already have one leg in the coffin, where else would I go? Elder Qin shook his head with a soft smile on his face. Grandmaster, things at Donghai Academy won't be the same after today. Do you really not want to consider leaving? Yi Futian tried to persuade the elder as well. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked into the distance. Even though he has not stepped foot outside of the school of the Emperor's Star, he knew what was going on in Donghai Academy. He could not help but sigh. At the same time that the three chatted at the school of the Emperor's Star, everyone was gathered at the central square of the Donghai Academy campus. It was extremely packed as the surrounding observation decks filled up with people. Officials from the 7 schools sat at the center in front of their respective groups, where they stood out the most. Besides them, representatives from the clans of the city of Donghai were also present. Anyone qualified to sit up front with them definitely had an extraordinary background. But it did not matter who they were because at this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. In the direction where the officials of the Emperor's Star School were seated, a figure walked up to the main seat of the assembly. He stood there nonchalantly but exuded the gracefulness of royalty. He took one look into the crowd as if he were overlooking the world. Beside him stood Minister Hua, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, and Chief Xia Feng of the East Sea Prefectures. Is that the Crown Prince? He looks like an exceptional young man, born to be emperor. Everyone whispered about Luo Junlin. He possessed an extraordinary aura. An aura so strong, it would feel burdensome to get close to him. The people got up one after another and bowed in his direction. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin watched this scene calmly and spoke, sit. He then turned to take his own seat and only when was he seated everyone took their seats as well. Everyone knew the young man seated at the center of the square was to become the emperor of the Nanda nation. He was going to control the world. Not only was Luo Junlin a person of great importance, his aura, his looks, and his gifts were also outstanding. Many of the young women watched him closely, seeming to all be expecting something outrageous. The Crown Prince's aura is so much stronger than that of Zhou Mu's, muttered Xiaohe. She stood beside Lin Siye and the rest of the Lin family. The art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu had been the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. The art saint is over there and so is Zhou Mu, Xiaohe continued. She was looking in the direction of Vice Headmaster Han Mo. Standing beside him was the art saint and Zhou Mu stood behind his master. However, Lin Siye was looking into the crowd, seemingly in search of something. She could not find the young man she was hoping to see. He was a student of the School of the Finance Star but was not amongst the students seated here. At this moment, seated amongst the officials of the School of the Emperor's Star, Vice Headmaster Han Emo stood up. He walked to a spot up ahead and held both of his arms up to the sky. In a split second, everything went quiet. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have blessed the Academy with their presence today. Donghai Academy has not experienced such great honor in its 300-some years of history. I am sure that what happens here today will be recorded in the history books for the people even 1,000 years from now, Han Emo said loudly. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have high hoped for our academy. So, we would like to take this chance and have students of each school demonstrate their abilities for them here today, during the assembly of the 7 schools. A light flashed through everyone's eyes. They were all conflicted. All those days ago, before Yi Futian defeated the students from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star, they constantly picked fights with students of other schools to exert their dominance. But they never thought that their plans could be ruined by Yi Futian. Presently, the school of the Emperor's School used the Crown Prince and Minister Hua as an excuse to hold this assembly. Their intentions were no secret to everyone. However, to be able to prove oneself's worth in front of the Crown Prince was a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Some people began to explore the idea. After all, it didn't really matter to ordinary students whether or not the 7 schools of Donghai Academy were separated or united.